Here we are.
Wow, unbelievable.
Hello, 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 everybody.
Look who's back.
I'm back. I am amongst the living.
Or is he?
All I can say is don't get COVID. It sucks. Hey, good morning, Trevin. Good morning, Rooster.
Trevin, Rooster, what
Travis,
is up?
Sam, Sika, Echo.
Echo.
Man, thanks for the text, Rooster. I appreciated it. We got a lot of emails from people too, man.
Cool.
People wondering, where are you? Are you alive?
The YouTube people were very concerned about you.
Well, I appreciate that. Oh.
There it is.
Hey, look, your people are back.
Yeah, the Neanderthals are represented on the Ken Spive set this morning. They are my people. Look how there's like a half a second delay.
Oh, it's more than a half second. Thank you, Travis. Yes, OU still sucks.
OU still sucks.
It was 501 and OU still sucks. Look at that.
Look at that.
I love it.
Come on, roll on the ground for us. That'll be fun.
Yeah, the wait till you hear this today came from Mike Opelka.
Okay, what is it?
It's Donald Trump on a podcast where here I'll tell you what he said. I sent it to Andrew yesterday. I don't know if you saw this. Trump was on this crazy podcast, and I think everybody else on the show was stoned, but he was talking about nicknames, and he knows when the nickname is good and how the words flow together, but this was funny.
Okay, cool.
So that's what we're going to do. Did Beamer come in on Friday?
Beamer did come in on Friday, yes.
Cool. How about the day after the debate?
Did not. I think we did him on the phone that day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Beamer was once again very, very funny. I forget what it was.
He's always funny.
Oh,
man.
he was turn that for 1 sec. All right.
Thank you, RK.
RK in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
RK in the house. Okay. All right, we're back. And we're back.
Keyboard.
And I got a client meeting tomorrow. They wanted me to come last Friday, and
if you're feeling under the weather, you have the right to defer that to next week. I would.
Well, I've already deferred it twice now.
Okay.
So I told them I'll come in Friday at just, 10:30.
Now, tomorrow after the show, I'm jamming.
Yeah.
I think the flight leaves at noon.
No
So
problem.
we want to be there by
I'm going to
10.
get out of here quick today.
Yeah.
I'm going to get out of here quick tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm going to go quick because I was here last night, and yeah.
Well, I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to wear myself out. You know what I mean?
hear that.
Ugh.
Kemper.
Hey,
in the
Kemper, how are you? Thank you. Ready for the big Texas OU game. Cannot believe they're making us wait till 2:30. What's wrong with that, man? It used to be 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock kick. I loved it.
Tags just arrived. I got to
Did it?
sign in to send it to you.
Oh, I got Jenny James already.
Oh, good.
She sent it to me. Charity sent it to me. So I got it yesterday. Combat sleep. It does suck, man. Ugh. And my sister and brother-in-law are in Germany, man.
Doing what?
Traveling. 3 weeks in Germany. Tomorrow's her birthday.
Just sent you Pags.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
Yeah,
Thank you, Sam.
got it.
It is the wonder drug that works wonders.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to get a refill right now. Wow, Kemper, cool about your youngest running the marathon to honor your
that is
dad.
cool. Man,
Very nice.
I don't know if I could drive a marathon.
I used to run them back in the 80s, and then I ran it again. I used to run marathons in the 80s, and I think, when was that? In 2015,
Oh, you ran one in 2015?
I had a midlife crisis, and I ran it again. And I had no business running it, and I wound up getting a pinched nerve in my neck, and for a month and a half, I had like excruciating pain going down my left arm. I thought I'm gonna have this the rest of my life.
Oh, that's horrible. Dude.
And
it's from running that marathon. See,
it happened right after the marathon. Yeah.
man, did you see any of the videos of the tornadoes? I mean, they were coming down.
Yeah.
Huge
Yeah.
tornadoes, man. Oh, look at this. Insults lead to teen shooting.
In other words, Wednesday night in downtown, west of downtown.
West of downtown, yes. Oh, God. All right.
See, when we were kids, you insult another kid,
And that was it.
you might get your butt kicked.
Yeah.
Now you get shot.
Yeah.
Wow, first time in Chicago.
Wow, beautiful city, man.
There was a
Just be
survey
careful.
in the news this week about best cities to visit in America. Chicago won, which I was a little bit surprised
I'm very
because
surprised.
the crime rate.
Yes, that's why
I
I'm
guess
surprised.
you stay out of those neighborhoods, you're
Well,
okay.
That's the problem, though.
Yeah.
Is because when we went to the Cubs game. God, it's been a few years now. We went to 2 Cubs games at Wrigley Field, and we stayed downtown, and it was cool. But I could see you getting on the wrong train or something, ended up in the worst. Yeah, it's not cool. Beautiful though, it's fun. Good food, man. My God.
Kemper, don't get on the wrong train.
Yeah, please do not get on the wrong train. And right around Wrigleyville, Wrigley is not the greatest neighborhood in the world. I mean, it's fine as long as there's a game going on. There's a lot of people, but I could see being down there when it wasn't. So it's still a Cat 1?
I do believe.
Stand by.
Welcome into this beautiful day, Thursday, October 10th, 2024, 14 days until OpelkaCon at La Hacienda de los Barrios, 21 days until Halloween, 26 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? 49 days until Thanksgiving and 76 days until Christmas. And hey, Look who's back.
I
Dave.
am back. Yes, I am. Yes, I
Wow.
am. Look, I just want to tell everybody out there, thank you for all the emails, text messages, all the response. I had COVID. Never had COVID before. Made it 5 years without ever getting it. I got it. Thought I was going to die.
Oh my gosh, it was that bad.
It was that bad. I had a hard time breathing. It was god awful. I am on the mend now. I have tested negative, still got the fatigue and still sound like I'm a little congested, but I feel much better.
And the first question I asked you, T, is were you fully vaxxed and did you have all the boosters? Were you up to date? And your answer was
Yes, I was due another one soon, but now I can't go for 90 days. Because once you get COVID, you're supposed to wait 90 days. I'd never had it. My wife has it or had it. She just tested negative yesterday. So,
Man.
yeah, poor thing.
And where do you think you got it, if you had to guess?
I think I know.
Really?
Yeah, the only place I went around anybody that it wasn't normal was at that event that we had downtown at that rooftop place.
Oh no, a company gathering.
Yes.
Okay,
Because
great.
that's the only place I was. I mean, other than that and here, that's it.
And somehow Chris and I came out unscathed. I don't know.
yeah, and
that
we
is
know
great.
of another person who was at that event who also got COVID. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know for sure that's where you guys got it,
No.
but you connect the dots, and there are two people we know of.
I racked my
And
brain
you got it
trying
about
to
the
figure
same
it out.
time
Yeah.
as the other person we know about.
Yeah. And it hit me hard, man. Hard. It was god awful.
We're glad you're back, but what a horrible way to spend your vacation.
I know. Vacation turned into recovery.
Yeah.
Yikes. Well,
It was
all
god
right.
awful.
Well, it is great to have Mr. T back. Let's get this Thursday party started with traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid 90s. It is 64 degrees in New Braunfels, Texas, 66 in Alamo Heights, and 66 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 512.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T. He's back. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. And right now, EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon solo because the weather is nice and cool outside. And yes, we will bring you the absolute latest on Hurricane Milton. But for a moment now, just checking on the weather here in San Antonio and specifically where we are in Stone Oak. Let's go to our parking lot weather correspondent, the toast of San Marcos and Texas State, where he did a couple of events yesterday. Andrew Zimmel, what is going on, man?
Chris Duell, I am doing good. It is absolutely still out here. It feels great. I almost think I could take my jacket off.
Any deer or raccoon sightings?
You know what's crazy? I just saw a fox that just ran in front of me.
Nice. How about a skunk?
Did you pet it?
No, I heard about you getting the vid, and I don't want to get rabies.
The vid.
Probably a good move.
So clear skies up above. Do you see a lot of stars?
You know, I wish I could see more, Chris. Not a lot of stars out tonight.
All right.
Blame light pollution. You know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I do.
Very cool. Well, Andrew Zimmel, we will see you back in the studio in a moment. Andrew Zimmel does the heavy lifting along with EJ Pacheco. Look what EJ's wearing this
I
morning.
know.
Second time in like 4 shows.
He's going to have to throw that away if they lose tonight.
Yeah, 40. He's wearing a San Francisco 49ers red sweatshirt, and San Francisco takes on Seattle
I know.
tonight.
In Seattle.
Go Seahawks.
I feel like he's going out and buying new Niners gear just to despise you, Chris. you know?
I've never seen this sweatshirt before. Yeah. He's
Still got
just,
the tag on it.
he's just here to make my life a living hell. You do know, EJ, the Cowboys currently have a better record than
That's
the San
true.
Francisco 49ers.
That's true.
Just saying. All right. Coming up, we will bring you the absolute latest on Hurricane Milton, what we know. And throughout the morning, you will hear from our go-to meteorologists, including Weather Channel senior meteorologist Ray Stajuk a little bit later, and News 4 San Antonio chief meteorologist Chris Suchan as well. WOAI News Time, 5:14. Hey,
And we're back.
14-year-old doing the sports.
He's up past his bed. Are you getting up, ready to go to study hall?
Yeah, I think he starts at study hall, first
Yeah.
period.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. Well, crisis averted. There's a good thing.
Yeah, behind the curtain for the YouTube
Yes.
people, the reason we went to Andrew Zimmel was we've been having phone line issues, and Mr. T had a fix, and we wanted to test the phone lines before we go to John Decker, who we had a debacle with. Look at that. It's Randy Carroll and David Chancellor.
Oh, wow.
Before we had a debacle, we didn't want to put John Decker through a second phone debacle on this show
Yeah.
in 1 week.
Yeah. So somebody over the weekend came in here and messed with this.
Yeah.
Because when he told me what was going on, I told him, wait a minute, you got to have the offline push or they're not going to hear you. Well, they said it's going to give them an echo. I said, well, that's the way I've been doing it. So
I felt awful. We could hear Decker, but he couldn't hear us. He's hello. Oh,
That's
John,
why.
we can hear you.
That's
hello.
why.
Hello.
One little button.
Yeah.
See, wish people would just leave things alone. Because there's really no reason for anybody to come in here and start pushing buttons.
Oh, and the first person reporting the problem. Okay, hit that for 1 sec.
Yeah, thank you, Trevin. I just been doing this a long time. That's the only reason why I know these things. Oh. Yeah, that story out of Almas Park is just god awful, man.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that. That's a good idea, Travis, but for some reason, somebody would do it. Ugh. How was Coach?
He was good, as always.
Right on.
Yeah.
And who do they play this week? They got a big game this week.
They're at Rice.
That's right. They should win that one.
Yes. Yeah, Rice is
Not good.
not good. Coming up, we will bring you the latest on Hurricane Milton. But first, let's get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Milton made landfall last night as a powerful Category 3 storm, bringing life-threatening storm surge, heavy winds, and rain. New details revealed surrounding the disappearance of a local realtor and a former John Jay High School student has dodged a murder conviction for killing a former classmate. We'll have the details right now, traffic and weather.
Well, looks like it's going to be a very nice weekend. We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 66 degrees. WOAI News Time 520.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T is back. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. He'll also join us in studio at 8:20. Well, overnight, Hurricane Milton made landfall near Siesta Key, Florida. It came on shore as a dangerous Category 3 storm. It later weakened to a Cat 1 as it cut across the state and moved offshore. It was the 5th hurricane to make landfall in the United States this year. And Charity, still lots of destruction, and we're praying for minimal loss of life. But sadly, we're hearing reports that there were casualties.
Yeah, especially out of St. Lucie County. Apparently multiple fatalities because tornadoes just slammed the area, targeting a senior mobile home community. And those who have even been in a severe weather, just a really bad thunderstorm, can tell you mobile homes don't really have the ability to withstand those hurricane force winds, and especially when you're talking tornadoes. And there was like over 100 tornado warnings in Florida ahead of Milton making landfall. I think there were at least 20 that ended up touching down, but we don't really have the true scope of the damage and destruction. They're going to start surveying the area and damage once the sun comes up.
Yeah, it was god awful. I saw a video of those tornadoes as they were, coming in before the hurricane. And I just can't imagine. Some of them were huge. And to have that many touch down is just, it's terrifying.
Apocalyptic.
Yeah.
And for Florida to go through this again, my gosh. And as Charity mentions, we'll have a much better understanding that when the sun comes up. And obviously, Florida east of here in another time zone. So within about in the 6 o'clock hour, our time, around 6:30-ish, that sun will come up, and we'll certainly begin to get a better understanding of the devastation and the loss.
And, you got to give kudos where kudos are due. And Taylor Swift, she donated $5 million to Feeding America to help with hurricane relief efforts. And that's both for Milton and Helene. So there is help. Texas is sending resources, has already sent resources ahead of Hurricane Milton. But you just think about what this hurricane was capable of. Thank goodness it weakened. Again, that really didn't mean much in terms of the damage and the death that it is expected to have caused. But the fact that that roof was ripped off of Tropicana Field, it was just torn to shreds. I didn't think that was possible.
Yeah, we were watching video of that earlier, and the lights were still on, and they had no roof.
Yeah, that's what shocked me.
Yeah.
So the roof's torn off of Tropicana Field, yet the lights were on. You can see the baseball diamond under the lights. I was amazed that they did not lose power.
Yeah. Mentioning there's about 3 million people without power right now, and that's just god awful.
And that's apparently what was housing first responders from out of state. So luckily, no injuries as a result of that roof being torn off.
Yeah, and regarding loss of power, we talked a lot about the Tampa and Tampa Bay area as this hurricane was approaching. And Tampa Electric President Archie Collins saying it is an unprecedented number of customers in the Tampa Bay area who are without power. They've never seen a power outage like this before. And of course, you mentioned Mr. T, 3 million customers. It is widespread across the state.
And you wonder, how long it's going to take for power restoration efforts. Yes, they have, thousands of linemen at the ready, but you got to wait for that water to clear out. And just because of the sheer number of power outages, it's going to take some time.
Yeah, and they were probably still trying to, deal with damage from Helene, and then they've got to deal with Milton. Yeah. And if you're living there and you had damage from Helene and then Milton comes through, how can you tell which damage is which?
Great question. And there was still so much debris throughout the region that was just piled up from Hurricane Helene that presumably now became, projectiles and just was further spread as a result of Hurricane Milton. We'll continue to bring you the latest on this. Charity has everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. And as I mentioned, we'll be checking in later this morning with Weather Channel senior meteorologist Ray Stajic and Chris Suchan, chief meteorologist at News 4 San Antonio. Right now, it is your Fox Business Report. WOAI News Time is 5:25.
We'll be right back.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Milton leaves behind death and destruction, and police suspect foul play in the case of a missing realtor. We'll have details first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday: air quality alert day, sunny, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 66 degrees. Hurricane Milton made landfall in Florida as a Category 3 hurricane last night, bringing severe rain, winds, and flooding to the Sunshine State. Fort Myers, Florida Mayor Kevin Anderson talks about the impacts he's seen in his city as a result of the storm.
I anticipated this storm to be much worse, to have a much greater devastation on our city. So to see what I've seen so far, I'm feeling pretty good. Of course, until the sun gets up and we start moving around the city and really getting to survey things, it's hard to tell the extent of the damage.
And tornadoes spawned in Florida ahead of Milton's arrival. St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson describes what he saw.
There's hundreds of houses that are just destroyed. Anything that was in the path of these multiple tornadoes, our deputies were on the scene. We were out. I was in a patrol car watching cars getting slid off of I-95 as these multiple tornadoes came through.
About 20 twisters were confirmed to have touched down. St. Lucie County officials are reporting multiple fatalities related to the twisters, while the roof of the Tropicana Dome in St. Petersburg, home of MLB's Tampa Bay Rays, was ripped open. Milton has now been downgraded to a Category 1 hurricane. More than 3 million people across Florida are without power. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is facing criticism surrounding the federal government's response to Hurricane Helene as they prepare their response to Hurricane Milton. Here's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson.
As Hurricane Milton batters Florida, the White House is still facing criticism about its response to Hurricane Helene, with many residents in the mountains of North Carolina saying the federal response has been slow to reach those remote areas. Ahead of Hurricane Milton making landfall in Florida, President Biden and his DHS chief said they were prepared. President Biden and his press secretary also taking umbrage with former President Donald Trump. Now, Senator Tom Cotton said it should not have taken over a week to launch those forces. He noted the 82nd deployed to Haiti in 2 days after the massive earthquake hit back in 2010. That was also noted in a Wall Street Journal op-ed by vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance.
And this comes as former President Trump accused FEMA of diverting funds from emergency disaster relief to migrants. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell called the claims, frankly, ridiculous. The husband of an Almas Park woman who's been reported missing since Sunday has been arrested and remains uncooperative with police. Eric Lycum has the latest.
We believe foul play was involved.
Almost Park Police Chief Fidel Villegas says 53-year-old Brad Simpson's being held in Kendall County Jail on $2 million bond, charged with family violence and unlawful restraint on his 51-year-old wife, Suzanne Clark Simpson.
Many of the people are telling us there has been tension in the family.
Simpson missed a meeting with police, but they spoke to a neighbor who says he saw them fighting and subsequently heard a woman scream. A Bexar County magistrate has filed a warrant for Simpson based on a probable cause affidavit by the Texas Rangers. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A former John Jay High School student is dodging a murder conviction for the killing of a former classmate. A jury deliberated for over 4 hours before finding Jesus San Miguel not guilty of murder. San Miguel instead was found guilty of criminally negligent homicide for the fatal stabbing of classmate Joshua Kitterman during an altercation outside of the high school in April of last year. San Miguel's lawyers had argued that he acted in self-defense. He now faces 2 years behind bars. The Alamo Cenotaph, which greets visitors to the Shrine of Texas Liberty, is not going anywhere. The General Land Office has taken ownership of the monument.
In a way, it's sort of the gravestone of all of our defenders that died, since they were not given gravestones with the mass burning that happened after the battle.
And Land Commissioner Don Buckingham says now that the state owns the cenotaph, it ends a push to remove it from Alamo Plaza. Some wanted to change the whole grounds to make it look like the original battlefield. That has been rejected. The change in ownership frees the city up from paying for costly repairs. The cenotaph is crumbling on the inside from water damage. Well, former President Trump is courting blue-collar workers in President Biden's hometown. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more.
Days after the former president returned to Butler, Pennsylvania, bid a trip back, this time to Scranton, talking the border crisis, jobs, fracking and drilling, the economy. In the state, the former president calls critical November 5th.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. And your taxes will come down and your safety will go up.
The former president leading Kamala Harris in PA on the economy issue, as well as other states, as he also announced plans for a rally in New York City this month, and that he's making a play for blue states like New York, New Jersey, Virginia, and New Mexico. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, we say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news coming up. We will play flashback, go back in time. Then we'll tell you what we know the latest on the missing realtor whose husband has been arrested. We'll dive into that story. But right now, we talk about Hurricane Milton, which came ashore overnight in Siesta Key, Florida, as a major hurricane. High winds, flooding, rain, and storm surge continue to pummel the state this morning. Here's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida. And as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration.
And even though that storm has moved offshore, Charity, we've still got heavy winds, we've got flooding, we've got rain. Even that storm surge is still an issue. And as you mentioned, once the sun comes up, we'll have a better idea of how devastated Florida has been.
Yeah, and multiple fatalities are already being confirmed. We don't have an exact number yet, especially in the St. Lucie County area where tornadoes hit very hard, especially a senior mobile home community. And, you got first responders that are essentially waiting to go in to help, but they're so limited because of intense winds. Of course, all that water brought by the heavy rainfall, the storm surge. So there's been a lot of calls to 911, but they're very limited in what they can do right now. But needless to say, extensive property damage.
Yeah, property damage and the flooding you mentioned, Chris. Flash flooding is still an issue in most of those counties where it came on landfall. And where it made landfall south of Tampa Bay, they had something that kind of would have freaked me out. Due to the direction of the wind as the storm made landfall, the water in the bay actually receded from the shore, which is something that happens in a tsunami.
Yeah.
That's not what you want. That would just scare me to, whoa.
Very frightening. And as Charity mentioned, and we've talked about this before the show, T, this senior mobile home community that was hit. First of all, in the state of Florida, having a senior community based in mobile homes sounds like not the best idea in the world. And Charity, how did they not, knowing that this hurricane was coming, how did you not evacuate that senior mobile home community? That blows my mind.
And when it comes to evacuations, I don't think you can make people leave.
No.
You tell them you need to leave, your life is at risk, but ultimately it's up to the individual. And I'm sure, there's a variety of reasons why people make the decision not to leave. Obviously, evacuating, going to a shelter, it's a very uncomfortable experience. And if they have medical needs, transporting oxygen tanks. I mean, there's a lot of logistics involved. And I think, unfortunately, people choose their comfort over safety.
Yeah, and there were evacuation shelters, and apparently 100,000 people reported had used it, with 220,000 beds available across the state. So they still had open beds.
My goodness. We will continue to bring you the latest. I am certain there will be new developments throughout the morning as we continue to learn more and assess what happened overnight in Florida as Hurricane Milton moved through. Coming up, flashback, and then we'll bring you the latest we know on a missing mother of four and local realtor and the arrest of her husband. That coming up, WOAI News Time, 545.
And we're back. God, these are old.
Sure are. Tim, Kemper, Frankie, good morning. Travis, Louie, Rooster, Lucinda Sullivan in here. Good morning, Lucinda. Lucinda Sullivan, a Barry Manilow and Indianapolis Colts fan. And I think by the emoji, she's a coffee fan also. That's possible.
Yeah.
Bob Beavers, good morning.
Hey, Bob, what's up?
That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/help.
Oh.
We all know you're looking to lease quickly and efficiently. Rentworks has your back with their 30-day leasing fee guarantee. That's their commitment to getting you rented as fast as possible. Get an approved application within 30 days and only pay half the first month's rent as the leasing fee.
Okay.
If it comes in 31 days.
Oh. Did Bob ever report back on how his second date with Cindy went?
Bob never reported back on his second date with Cindy. We're a little disappointed.
Yeah, I wonder how that went, Bob.
Yeah. So I can only assume, Bob, since you didn't tell us about it, that maybe it wasn't the best second date. He was asking Kemper for Jolene's number in here.
Oh, really?
So, no, I'm kidding. I keyed.
He said they are friends, according to Kemper.
What did he say?
He said they are friends. Yes, why did? Huh? We are. RK. Looks like we're closer than we really are, but this is not quite 6 feet, is it?
It is not. I think it's about 5, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
As long as Mr. T doesn't breathe, we're good.
Yeah, I'll stop breathing now. Although I did test negative, so.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So what could possibly go wrong?
Nothing. Okay, so they did use it. Stand by, Chris.
It is time to go back in time. But what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback. Everybody beat up on Jerry Quarry.
Yeah. Okay.
Ding. Ooh. I do believe ABC's NFL Monday Night Football debuted in 1970, Mr.
You
D.
are correct.
Charity, you cool with 1970?
I'm cool.
Let's find out. And because I'm Rain Man on NFL football, I believe it was the Cleveland Browns versus the New York Jets.
You are correct.
Joe Namath at quarterback that night for the New York Jets. Charity, what stories are you following?
Well, multiple fatalities have been confirmed as Hurricane Milton has left over 3 million without power in Florida. We'll have the latest from the campaign trail and an update in the case of a missing realtor as police suspect foul play. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. It's 66 degrees at the Pearl, 63 in Floresville, and 66 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:51.
Thank you, Joe Pags. We'll get back to that commercial a little bit later. San Antonio's
Get
first
back to the
news.
show already in progress.
Yeah, you can never get enough Joe Pags, so thank you. Thank you. We do. We love Joe. More from Joe a little bit later in the show. Well, we were all over this story yesterday, and there are more developments, more troubling developments in the disappearance of a local mother of 4, a local realtor, Her name, Suzanne Simpson. We kind of learned it as the show unfolded yesterday, Charity, as her husband, Brad Simpson, 53 years old, was arrested, charged with family violence. New revelations now about, and by the way, she's still missing. We'll walk you through this story. But Charity, even more troubling revelations about what their 5-year-old daughter told the staff at the school that she attends.
Yeah, and beyond that, we'll start at the Argyle, that members-only club, where apparently the two of them, both Suzanne and Brad Simpson, attended a party there, and there was a disturbance that took place at the Argyle that went unreported. The couple then went to their Almas Park home, where a neighbor across the street later told investigators that he saw them involved in a physical fight where a struggle lasted about a minute. And he also reported hearing 2 to 3 screams from a wooded area. So there's that new development. And the following day, it was Brad Simpson, Suzanne Simpson's husband, who reported her missing. He said that it was around 3 p.m. that staff members at his daughter's school called him to report that his wife did not pick up their 5-year-old up after school as she usually did. And police have since been just searching a wide area, including a wooded area near the home, where they have found 2 items believed to have belonged to Suzanne Simpson. But beyond that, we really don't know. But you mentioned the 5-year-old apparently communicated to staff at the school that he had seen her father hit his mother.
So a neighbor across the street saw this altercation. Did he call the police? That's what I want to know. Did he call the police when he saw that altercation?
That is what's unclear. And I saw a lot of people reacting to the story as it was reported in the San Antonio Express News. And among the comments were, as you read the story and as you read the reporting, it sounds as though the neighbor saw the altercation between the husband and wife in the front yard across the way, and then reportedly later heard the screams coming from the wooded area that Charity just told us about. It sounds like that neighbor did not call, and sounds like this
That's
is
what it sounds
my
like, yes.
interpretation, did not call 911 when there was a struggle in the front yard of the neighbor's home. We will certainly hopefully learn more, but if that's the case, and we say this all the time, if you see something, say something.
Amen.
It applies to so many events. And you wonder, Charity, if that neighbor acted faster, might have been able to, intervene here. We pray that Suzanne Simpson somehow is still alive, but you wonder if her life could have been saved in this moment if that neighbor would have acted.
Yeah, especially since that neighbor said about an hour later he saw Brad Simpson take off in his black pickup and then return an hour or 2 later. So this neighbor was paying close attention to what was going on. But at this point, we're hearing from police that Brad Simpson is being uncooperative. He was scheduled to show up for an interview and was a no-show.
And then they arrested him. Didn't they arrest him?
Family
Yes, they did.
violence charges, yes.
So they had to have something to arrest him for the family violence charge. So whether the neighbor called the police or there was somebody else that saw it, something had to trigger them to issue that warrant for his arrest.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well. There's apparently her cell phone was tracked until the Monday morning.
Right.
And then also I looked on her Facebook page, Suzanne Simpson's Facebook page. She was a realtor. There was a real estate posting on her Facebook page on Monday morning. Now, I've seen other realtors come in the comments and say you can have someone else working for your Facebook page.
Right.
It's possible an associate made that posting, but you have to wonder the cell phone. There was activity pinging on that cell phone Monday morning. There was a post on her Facebook page. You wonder if she did those things or if someone else posted those things, and who had and where was her phone on Monday morning.
And I think you can schedule Facebook posts in
Yes, you
advance. So there's that possibility as well. But, the longer she remains missing, the grimmer likely the outcome. We were praying for a safe return, but it's not looking good at this point.
And they arrested the husband, Brad in Kendall County.
Yes, apparently they have property there.
which would be a place to start looking if he took off and was gone for a couple hours.
Yes.
Just saying.
If he left in his truck and was gone 1 to 2 hours overnight, yes, I would assume law enforcement is searching there. And again, we will probably get more information throughout the morning. As soon as we have more information on this case, we will pass it along to you. Charity has everything you need to know, all the big stories right here coming up at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 5:57. Said Kemper makes a great post here. Those people at the Argyle Club and the neighbor ought to be ashamed of themselves. Why wait to report that stuff? Rich people problems. So sad for the kids.
Amen.
So true. So true.
Yep. Get the bloodhounds out. I agree with you, RK. Release the hounds. All right. I'll be back.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Milton covers a path of destruction across Florida and an update in the case of a missing realtor. We'll have details for traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny, a high near 95. Tonight's low 65. Right now, 65 degrees. Hurricane Milton made landfall in Florida as a Category 3 hurricane last night, bringing severe rain, winds, and flooding to the Sunshine State. Fox Weather's Ari Sarsalari is on the ground in Orlando.
We've had over a foot of rain in this downtown Tampa area over the past 24 hours. That's what kind of led to the flash flood emergency. That's the highest threshold for a flash flooding event. It's a life-threatening event. 2 million people are in that flash flood emergency. We're in Hillsborough County. We got over 500,000 people in our county alone without power. That's over 70% of the customers. Thankfully, where I stand in downtown proper, you are seeing the lights are still on. So we had power throughout this entire event, but the winds were quite strong, and there was a bunch of debris at times, whether it was trees or signs.
And tornadoes spawned in Florida ahead of Milton making landfall. And St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson confirmed some of those tornadoes were in his county and some people did not survive.
Currently, we're in a rescue mode. Governor DeSantis and his team has been amazing. They sent the National Guard down, hundreds of members of the search and rescue teams. I can confirm that there is multiple fatalities from this tornado that struck our area.
The roof of the Tropicana Dome in St. Petersburg, home of Major League Baseball's Tampa Bay Rays, was ripped open. No injuries were reported. Milton has now been downgraded to a Category 1 hurricane. At least 3 million people across Florida are without power. Former President Trump courted blue-collar workers in President Biden's hometown. Fox's Jeff Manopso has more.
Days after the former president returned to Butler, Pennsylvania, bid a trip back, this time to Scranton, talking the border crisis, jobs, fracking and drilling, the economy. In the state, the former president calls critical November 5th.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. And your taxes will come down and your safety will go up.
The former president leading Kamala Harris in PA on the economy issue, as well as other states, as he also announced plans for a rally in New York City this month, and that he's making a play for blue states like New York, New Jersey, Virginia, and New Mexico. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The husband of a missing Almas Park woman is now facing charges of family violence. Kendall County Sheriff's officials say Brad Simpson was arrested yesterday and charged with assault and other counts. Almas Park Police and the Texas DPS continue to search for Simpson's wife, Suzanne Simpson, who has been missing since late Sunday night. Almas Park Police Chief Fidel Villegas says the search for Suzanne continues.
We'd love to find her. We don't know if she's somewhere hiding away or someplace that her family doesn't know where she's at. She hasn't been to work.
Authorities say Brad Simpson has been uncooperative. Police do say they have spoken to a neighbor who claims he saw the couple in a physical fight outside their home hours before Suzanne disappeared. According to a new survey, 1 in 5 Texas OBGYNs are considering leaving the state due to a near total ban on abortion.
The ripple effect extends well beyond that in terms of potential access reductions for communities and patients in the state.
Alex Morin with Monat Health says their study found that reproductive health care doctors are stressed out due to a fear of jail time for inadvertently breaking the state's law. 3/4 say they cannot follow best practices in Texas. It is 6:05. The Spurs beat the Magic in preseason play. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has details in today's Spurs Report.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, is back. She's Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Charlie will join us at 8:20 in studio a little bit later this morning, among other things. Parker's picks for the college football weekend. He'll give us those and more. Coming up at 6:40, White House correspondent and attorney John Decker on the campaign trail. And coming right up, we'll bring you the latest on Hurricane Milton. We continue to bring you the latest on the missing realtor and a mother of four who went missing in Almas Park and the subsequent arrest of her husband. We'll bring you more details on that coming up as well. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. 64 degrees at the Pearl, 64 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:11.
San Antonio's first news. We continue to bring you the latest on Hurricane Milton, which made landfall last night near Siesta Key, Florida. Made landfall as a dangerous Category 3 storm. It cut across the state and then moved offshore as a Category 1. Still heavy winds, torrential rains, flooding, and a lot of people chose to stay behind and not heed warnings to evacuate. Here's Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd talking about that situation.
As you know, some decide that they want to ride it out. After we've gotten into this high fever pitch part of the storm where people got scared because, as Paul said, it's night and the wind's up and they hear the crackling and the rain. They've called to ask us to come get them, and we've told them, no, we'll see you in the morning. We ask you to leave ahead of time, and now it's too dangerous for us to just come remove you from your home.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons, Charity, why people don't leave, and it's the same thing whenever it floods here in San Antonio, and sadly, people drive into low water crossings and sometimes lose their lives, is if it's never happened to you before, if you've lived in this case, Florida for all these years, and you've been through hurricanes before, you get a sense of, well, it'll never happen to me. And sadly, with a lot of these fatalities, it's people who made decisions like this.
Yeah, unfortunately, some people choose comfort over safety, despite repeated warnings that this storm is unsurvivable. But I imagine when you see footage of clogged roadways, reports of people being stranded, running out of gas while trying to evacuate, that may discourage some people and they think they're better off trying to ride it out at home. But in the case of St. Lucie, where you had that senior mobile home community absolutely destroyed by a massive tornado that hit the area. There were over 120 tornado warnings issued throughout the state, 20 confirmed touchdowns at least. There's no chance, especially in a mobile home, when it comes to a twister. And sadly, multiple fatalities are being confirmed. We don't have a true scope of the destruction or death as a result of Milton yet.
And maybe they couldn't evacuate, but there are shelters set up for people that if you can't get out of the state or you can't get away, you can get to one of these shelters. And that's probably a better place to be than in a house dealing with God knows what kind of storm surge and wind and rain. And oh my gosh.
Yeah, shelters by definition, typically a much more fortified building. Yes. They're selected as shelters because they're on higher ground. Mm-hmm. The storm surge, what often kills a lot of people in hurricanes like this is the storm surge. And reportedly, as this hurricane was coming on shore, it was supposed to be an 8 to 12 foot storm surge. And what that means is if you're standing at sea level and you're a 5.5 foot or a 6 foot tall human being, an 8 foot storm surge is going to go over you, not to mention the power of that water that will take you away as well.
Yeah, storm surge, you combine that with high tide, and then the rainfall totals we're seeing in St. Petersburg, over 18 inches. Clearwater Beach, 14. Temple Terrace, 14. I mean, this is an insane amount of water coming from all different directions. And again, these first responders that are waiting to help people, in some cases wanting to perform high water rescues, they can't because of not only the intense winds, but all that water that they're waiting to come out.
Yeah, and just think about this too. You know the power outages are going to happen. You know that's definitely going to happen. Most likely shelters have some sort of generator, so you're not going to lose power in a shelter.
It's just another reason to go
Yeah.
to a shelter if you have that as an option. Coming up, more on the 2024 election, where your election 2024 headquarters. We are just 26 days away from the election on November 5th. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 6:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Then we'll talk about Decision 2024, just 26 days away from the election, what the candidates are doing today, and more. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Milton slammed Florida with dangerous flooding, damaging winds, and tornadoes. Foul play is now suspected in the case of a missing Almas Park woman, and new charges have been filed against a babysitter in the case of a fatal dog mauling. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. 64 degrees in Castroville, 63 in China Grove, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 622.
San Antonio's first news coming up at 6:40. White House correspondent John Decker with the latest on the federal government's response to Hurricane Milton, including his reaction to comments made by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene that the Biden administration is controlling the weather. We will explore that story. We are 26 days away from the 2024 election. Today, Kamala Harris bringing in one of the big guns in the Democratic Party. Former President Barack Obama will kick off his campaigning for Kamala Harris at an event in Pittsburgh this evening while Kamala Harris is in Phoenix. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump is set to speak at the Detroit Economic Club this afternoon. He previously spoke to the Economic Club of New York and will later speak to the Economic Club of Chicago. So certainly the fever pitch, I think, is here for the next 26 days regarding campaigning for these candidates.
Yeah, they're going to be very busy with a variety of appearances, especially in those swing states. You know, we've seen Trump in Pennsylvania, but candidates will be in Arizona, Nevada, Georgia. You know, of course, Pennsylvania is really a focus. It's a 200 major pivotal piece and 270 electoral votes the candidates need to win in November. But, you know, the polling seems to show it's still neck and neck, and that VP Kamala Harris may have trouble, especially in those blue wall states. But I guess the plus for the Harris campaign is that they have raised a whopping $1 billion since entering the race in July.
That's a lot of money. And you mentioned campaigning in the swing states. That's where they're going to stay from now until the election day. The next 26 days, we'll hardly ever see them outside of those swing states because they know that's where the election is going to be decided, which, you know, like it or not, that's how it rolls. That's how we do things.
And, you know, you look at the polling numbers, Charity, you cited it is neck and neck right now between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, not only in the swing states, but in national polls. And I keep going back to this. In 2016, right before the election, Hillary Clinton was up 6 points over Donald Trump in national polls. Kamala Harris is nowhere near that. In 2020, Joe Biden was up 9 points over Donald Trump in national polling. It wound up being a very, very close election. And of course, there are people out there who don't believe that Joe Biden won that election. If Kamala Harris is still in the 1 or 2 point lead in the margin of error in this election, based on what we saw in 2016 and 2020, I think that's a huge advantage for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take anything for granted at this point. I mean, how reliable are the polls at this point, especially with polls showing things are so close? But it's going to be a full court press from here moving forward. Whereas you have, former President Trump is able to focus on the campaign trail. It seems like Kamala Harris is kind of torn between hurricane recovery response efforts and participating in the media appearances she's done recently and talking presidential politics. So she's kind of torn between the two right now.
All right, lots coming up. White House correspondent John Decker at 6:40. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Bottom of the hour, Charity's got all the big stories you need to know about on this Thursday morning. WOAI News Time, 6:26.
Oh. Woo-hoo. Good morning, Rock. I'm glad to be back, brother.
The Rock, ladies and gentlemen. Steve DeRocco, THE Rock, the human
No, we're
element.
not carrying the Cowboys report with Brad Sham this year. Sorry.
Who brought that up?
Rooster, he's been asking about that. I believe they might be running it on the ticket. I don't know.
Trevin, Chris, and T, what are your thoughts on Trump's numerous calls with Vladimir Putin since leaving office? We know that Donald Trump is to a certain extent buds with Putin. I think it's clear Putin would rather Trump be the president. I mean, certainly with regard to Ukraine, I think Trump clearly is less sympathetic to Volodymyr Zelensky and Ukraine than the current administration. And a lot of Republicans think we spend too much money on Ukraine funding. So not totally surprising to me.
Kemper, I'm glad that your daughter's doing well. That's good to hear. I mean, it's not the best of situations, but at least they're safe.
Kemper, Rooster, Travis, Trevin, Tracy Bogart, RK, Steve DeRocco, Tracy Bogart in the Witness Protection Program.
Oh, 3.3 million without power in Florida now.
That'll probably continue to go up.
Oh, yeah. Hey, grumpy old fart.
Grumpy old fart.
Yeah.
Didn't he just...
Yeah, he walked by. But he also went and jumped in on the YouTube chat
This
as well.
grumpy old... The guy on YouTube, grumpy old fart. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, my God.
Yeah, RK, one day. Donald Trump says he can solve the Russia-Ukraine war in one day.
Yep.
I think it's going to basically be Ukraine, either you surrender, or
it's
because
over.
we're stopping funding.
Yep.
So that's your. I believe that would be the technique.
Hang on 1 second, guys.
MJ Sweet, welcome in.
Good morning.
MJ Sweet.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Milton leaves behind death and destruction. Police suspect foul play in the case of a missing realtor. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny, a high near 95. Tonight's low 65. Right now, 65 degrees. Hurricane Milton made landfall in Florida as a Category 3 hurricane last night, bringing severe rain, winds, and flooding to the Sunshine State. Fort Myers Mayor Kevin Anderson talks about the impacts he's seen in his city as a result of the storm.
I anticipated this storm to be much worse, to have a much greater devastation on our city. So to see what I've seen so far, I'm feeling pretty good. Of course, until the sun gets up and we start moving around the city and really getting to survey things, it's hard to tell the extent of the damage.
However, tornadoes spawned in Florida ahead of Milton making landfall. St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson described what he saw.
There's hundreds of houses that are just destroyed. Anything that was in the path of these multiple tornadoes, our deputies were on the scene. We were out. I was in a patrol car watching cars getting split off of I-95 as these multiple tornadoes came through.
And St. Lucie County officials are reporting multiple fatalities related to the twisters, while the roof of the Tropicana Dome in St. Petersburg, home of Major League Baseball's Tampa Bay Rays, was ripped open. Milton has now been downgraded to a Category 1 storm, but more than 3 million people are without power in Florida. President Biden delivered remarks about Milton, taking a swing at Republican criticism about the government's role in disaster recovery.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop.
And recovery efforts are ongoing in the aftermath of Milton. The husband of an Almas Park woman who has been reported missing since Sunday was arrested and remains uncooperative with police. Eric Lycum has the latest.
We believe foul play was involved.
Almost Park Police Chief Fidel Villegas says 53-year-old Brad Simpson's being held in Kendall County Jail on $2 million bond, charged with family violence and unlawful restraint on his 51-year-old wife, Suzanne Clark Simpson.
Many of the people are telling us there has been tension in the family.
Simpson missed a meeting with police, but they spoke to a neighbor who says he saw them fighting and subsequently heard a woman scream. A Bexar County magistrate has filed a warrant for Simpson based on a probable cause affidavit by the Texas Rangers. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The babysitter arrested after the 1-year-old boy she was watching was fatally mauled by her dogs is now facing new charges. Bexar County Sheriff officials say Heather Rodriguez faces 2 new charges, including injury to a child from reckless bodily injury. Rodriguez was supposed to be watching 1-year-old Jeriah Johnson at her home Monday, but left the home and toddler with Rodriguez's 13-year-old daughter. During that time, several dogs that Rodriguez owned broke into the room where the teen and baby were and attacked both of them. Johnson died from wounds suffered in the mauling, while the teenage girl also suffered numerous injuries. Former President Trump hit the campaign trail in Scranton, Pennsylvania for a rally. Trump took a swing at Vice President Kamala Harris, claiming she is not a good candidate for Pennsylvania voters.
Your jobs will be down and your salaries will follow. Congratulations, everybody. It's not going to let it happen. We're not going to let her destroy. You know, she destroyed San Francisco. We're not going to let her destroy this country.
Meantime, Harris has reportedly raised $1 billion since entering the presidential race back in July. The Alamo Cenotaph, which greets visitors to the Shrine of Texas Liberty, is not going anywhere. The General Land Office has taken ownership of the monument.
In a way, it's sort of the gravestone of all of our defenders that died since they were not given gravestones with the mass burning that happened after the battle.
Land Commissioner Don Buckingham says now that the state owns the cenotaph, it ends a push to remove it from Alamo Plaza. Some wanted to change the whole grounds to make it look like more of the original battlefield. That has been rejected. The change in ownership frees the city up from paying for costly repairs. The cenotaph is crumbling on the inside from water damage. Well, HEB is implementing Tap to Pay. Val Dior has details.
It's a phased rollout with the first region, San Antonio, already underway to offer Tap to Pay services such as Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, and Google Pay. Other regions throughout the state will offer Tap to Pay in October as the service will become available at groups of stores each day throughout the month. The service applies to registers, self-checkout lanes, HEB brand restaurants, and pharmacy locations, however, not at fuel pumps, but instead at the fuel station payment window.
Well, the notorious Venezuelan gang Tren Aragua is now being accused of trying to recruit middle school kids in Texas. Fox's Ted Linder has details.
32-year-old Jorgenis Robertson Cova, a confirmed Tren de Aragua member, is under arrest for suspicion of trying to make contact with students at Jane Long Academy and Las Americas in Houston, Texas. Authorities say Cova wanted to train the kids for a large-scale shoplifting ring across the city. Say Cova has a long rap sheet of multiple arrests for theft since illegally crossing the U.S. border 2 years ago. Sources say he targeted the young teens because they face few consequences when they're caught. Ted Linder, Fox News.
Well, Spurs fans will soon have a new place to grab some merch. New official Spurs merchandise store will have its grand opening this Saturday at the Rocket La Cantera. Along with a variety of official merchandise, the shop will also have interactive areas where shoppers can take photos and interact. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker. With Those Were the Days coming right up. He will be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour as well at 8:20 with Parker's picks and more. in a moment, we are scheduled to connect with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. And also later this half hour at 6:50, the latest on Hurricane Milton from Weather Channel senior meteorologist Ray Stajic, and White House correspondent John Decker joining us here in a few minutes. And we're continuing to bring you the latest, and we will throughout the morning, on the missing mother of four and realtor from the Almas Park area and the subsequent arrest of her husband in Kendall County. Police still have a command post set up in front of that home in Almas Park, and the latest is they are working on getting a search warrant to that home. But right now, let's check in with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. John, Hurricane Milton, obviously a huge story, and even with Hurricane Helene, the federal response has been an issue. What do we know about the federal response planned and ongoing for Hurricane Milton?
Well, as you know, I was in the Roosevelt Room just the other day when President Biden was giving an update. He's received updates several times a day from FEMA, also getting updates from state and local officials, from governors, promising to provide the communities that are going to be impacted over the course of the next few weeks, next few months, whatever they need. President Biden says that an unprecedented amount of food, 20 million plus meals, water, generators, medicine, and personnel are being brought into the areas impacted and also have been pre-staged ahead of Hurricane Milton making landfall.
And John, some pretty wild claims have been made, mainly by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, about the Biden administration controlling the weather. How are fellow Republicans responding to this?
Well, I don't think it helps matters, to have such a distraction when they're talking about silly things that she's putting out there on social media, when there are people, our fellow Americans, that are impacted by these two tropical storms in very real ways. Their lives are being turned upside down, their homes destroyed, and it's going to be a long period of time to recover. Look, Marjorie Taylor Greene says what Marjorie Taylor Greene says, but, there's nothing to back up a lot of what she puts out there on social media. I think she likes to draw a lot of attention to herself. I think that's one of the reasons that, when I covered the presidential debate between Harris and Trump, the vice presidential debate between Vance and Walz, she wasn't there as a surrogate for Donald Trump because she is a distraction, and the Trump campaign recognizes that.
Is it just me, or does that sound something like a bad science fiction movie? The government's controlling the weather.
Well, if it was that simple, then we wouldn't have had Katrina. If it was that simple, then we wouldn't have had Hurricane Maria destroy half the island of Puerto Rico. And I bring some institutional knowledge, to these particular issues, in the sense that I was covering George W. Bush and his White House in the aftermath of Katrina. I traveled on Air Force One with President Trump when he toured the devastation of Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria. So this is something that, I'm familiar with quite well in terms of how presidents, Republicans and Democrats, respond to these particular issues, these natural disasters. It's tough. It's really tough. It takes up a lot of your time. And in some respects, it's a good thing that Joe Biden is not running right now for another 4 years, because he can devote himself solely to this particular issue.
And nonetheless, John, as we've discussed, all of the hurricanes, FEMA, the federal response being seen through the lens of the 2024 election, which is just 26 days away. Do you think President Biden is doing a good job at trying to knock down some of the charges by Republicans about mismanagement, slow response, and where FEMA funds are going?
Yeah, I don't know. I leave that to others to say whether he's doing a good job or bad job. But, he has been praised. I mean, the fact is he has been praised, whether it's him personally or it's FEMA in his administration, has been praised by Republican governors, by the Republican governor of Florida, of Georgia, of South Carolina, of Tennessee, for what FEMA has done, working hand in glove with the emergency management agencies in each of those individual states. Now's not the time to point fingers. Now's the time to work together, to help out all of these small businesses, families that are being impacted and will continue to be impacted by these really powerful hurricanes.
John, as far as the FEMA funds issue, there are those that have said White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre did say 2 years ago FEMA funds were being used for migrants and assisting cities and handling the busloads of migrants being sent across the country from Texas. Can you clear up that confusion?
Well, yeah, I can clear it up because there are two sets of FEMA funds, and what Karine Jean-Pierre said is correct, but no FEMA funds related to recovery efforts, related to aid efforts impacting all of those communities are transferred over from the funds that Karine Jean-Pierre was describing. So, look, there's enough money to deal with the aftermath. And even if more money is needed, we're talking about a significant number of Americans, millions who today, right now, as you speak, are without power and are dealing with the aftermath in terms of flooding. I am certain that Congress will step up and provide whatever is necessary for these communities in Florida and throughout the Southeast.
Our thanks to White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Coming up, Weather Channel senior meteorologist Ray Stajic with the latest on Hurricane Milton. WOAI News Time 646.
Water rescues are underway after Hurricane Milton caused severe flooding. We'll have the latest from the campaign trail as former President Barack Obama will be in Pittsburgh today for VP Harris. And the search continues for a missing Almas Park woman after her husband was arrested on family violence charges. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. 64 degrees in Alamo Heights, 64 in Leon Valley, and 63 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:54.
San Antonio's first news. That's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. And right now, let's bring you the latest on Hurricane Milton with Weather Channel senior meteorologist Ray Stajic. Ray, what did Milton do overnight, and where do we stand now?
All right, let's work backwards. Go with what we know right now. Latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. Cat 1, 85 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. Moving east-northeast at about 18 and getting back out over the Atlantic and offshore. But the damage done, don't know if the surge was as much an issue around Tampa Bay because the eye wall and the east side of the eye actually went south. So Sarasota Bay, maybe down toward places like Port Charlotte, may realize the higher surge. There's some reports of maybe a 10-foot surge. Don't really have much information on that right now, but some should be trickling in here soon. But I got some reports of areas in and around Tampa looking like a war zone. Some of the wind gusts, 103, 102, 101 miles per hour, and a Cat 3 estimated when it came on shore with estimated winds at 120. So luckily we haven't seen any reports yet of 120 winds, but still, from what I'm hearing, some of the images we're seeing, quite a mess. Quite a bit of rain around Tampa too, over 18 inches in some spots. Daily rain record for Tampa, second rainiest day on record for them. So I think even the heavy rain coming down is causing flooding, and also the severe weather piece to a record number of tornado warnings issued for the storm.
And Ray, the fact that the roof of Tropicana Field was torn to shreds, I mean, that's a good indication of how destructive those winds were from Milton.
Yeah, and that was supposed to be a shelter for people that had come on into the power line workers to come on in and support some of the cleanup and some of the efforts to get power back on. So that's not going to be happening. And, seeing some other reports too of widespread damage in and around Tampa Bay. We'll see a lot more, especially in some of these barrier islands in the coming hours here this morning as the sun comes up.
All right. I know that hurricane season's not over until the end of November. Do we have anything else out there that's working right now?
Leslie actually is a hurricane in the central, but forecast to stay well away. Another disturbance coming off the coast of Africa with a 10% chance of developing. If that does do anything, it'll take some time. The American model trying in the 10 to 14 day time frame to maybe bring something back into the Gulf. That's pure fantasy land right now, and wish casting is what we call it. And we'll see. We've still got the second busiest month here, at least half of it still to go here in the month of October. The season officially ends in November. I don't think we're done. I just hope that we don't have named storms and strong named storms close to the U.S. coastline.
Our thanks to Weather Channel senior meteorologist Ray Stajic for the update. And we apologize. There was a little bit of a
I don't know what was going on there.
Yeah, he had a bit of a, and I mean that makes sense. You've got a hurricane issue, across Florida, and certainly could be affecting coverage in neighboring states. But as the audio was a little bit iffy there, but we certainly were able to understand what he was saying in that report. And Charity, you bring up Tropicana Field. For anybody who has not yet seen the video, they had overhead, I'm assuming it was drone video of the roof of Tropicana Field being torn off, yet the lights were still on in the stadium, and you could see the baseball diamond down below, but just significant damage to the roof of that complex.
Yeah, and considering that had been set up as pretty much a shelter for out-of-town first responders, it's amazing no injuries as a result of that roof being ripped off. But scary situation because there's just so much water, and first responders are performing rescues right now. They are underway, but again, it's treacherous conditions. There's still high water in a lot of these areas, and as Ray mentioned, the tornado threat, I think, was the big headline from Milton. It ended up being a bigger impact to people than I think what was expected. There was well over 120 tornado warnings, 20 confirmed touchdown of tornadoes, especially in St. Lucie. That senior mobile home retirement community was hit very, very hard by a twister. There are multiple fatalities. We just don't know how many at this point.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And as the sun is coming up on the East Coast, they're going to start seeing more and more and probably get a death toll a little bit later on this morning. But one loss of life is too many.
Yeah, one of the big takeaways that I got moments ago as we spoke with Weather Channel senior meteorologist Ray Stajic, he said, quote, some parts of Tampa look like a war zone, end quote. Big 7 o'clock hour coming up. You're going to want to wait till you hear this at 7:10 a.m. Former President Donald Trump on a podcast called the Flagrant Podcast, talking about his nicknames of adversaries, other candidates. He'll also talk about his relationship with former Vice President Mike Pence. Mike Opelka joins us at 7:20. We'll go to Florida, check in with national correspondent Rory O'Neill at 7:40. And at 7:50, News 4 San Antonio Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. Big 7 o'clock hour is now upon us. Charity McCurdy with all the stories you need to know about right now. WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Milton carves a path of destruction across Florida and an update in the case of a missing Almas Park woman. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the mid 60s. Right now, 65 degrees. Well, Hurricane Milton made landfall in Florida as a Category 3 hurricane last night, bringing severe rain, winds, and flooding to the Sunshine State. Fox Weather's Ari Sarsalari is on the ground in Orlando.
We've had over a foot of rain in this downtown Tampa area over the past 24 hours. That's what kind of led to the flash flood emergency. That's the highest threshold for a flash flooding event. It's a life-threatening event. 2 million people are in that flash flood emergency. We're in Hillsborough County. We got over 500,000 people in our county alone without power. That's over 70% of the customers. Thankfully, where I stand in downtown proper, you are seeing the lights are still on. So we had power throughout this entire event, but the winds were quite strong, and there was a bunch of debris at times, whether it was trees or signs.
And tornadoes spawned in Florida ahead of Milton making landfall. And St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson confirmed some of those twisters were in his county, and some people did not survive.
Currently, we're in a rescue mode. Governor DeSantis and his team has been amazing. They sent the National Guard down, hundreds of members of the search and rescue teams, I can confirm that there is multiple fatalities from this tornado that struck our area.
About 130 tornado warnings went out across the state yesterday, and the roof of the Tropicana Dome in St. Petersburg, home of Major League Baseball's Tampa Bay Rays, was ripped open. No injuries were reported. Milton has now been downgraded to a Category 1 hurricane. At least 3 million people across Florida are without power. Well, both presidential candidates are set to head to a key Western battleground state. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has a preview.
Vice President Kamala Harris holding a rally in Arizona as the latest Fox News Power Rankings has the key battleground state rated as a toss-up. The vice president is trying to deliver back-to-back presidential wins for Democrats for the first time since the 1940s. Meanwhile, former President Trump is scheduled to hold a rally in Prescott Valley this Sunday as he's trying to replicate his 2016 victory before he became the first Republican to lose Arizona since 1996 in 2020. Arizona also has a key Senate race between Democrat Ruben Gallego and Republican Carrie Lake. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
The husband of a missing Almas Park woman is now facing charges of family violence. Kendall County Sheriff's officials say Brad Simpson was arrested yesterday and charged with assault and other counts. Almas Park Police and the Texas DPS continue to search for Simpson's wife, Suzanne, who has been missing since late Sunday. Here's Almas Park Police Chief Fidel Villegas.
Surely, foul play is the more time passes, the more time we believe foul play was involved.
Authorities say Brad Simpson has been uncooperative. Police do say they have spoken to a neighbor who claims he saw the couple in a physical fight outside their home hours before Suzanne Simpson disappeared and heard screams. The couple has been married for 22 years and have 4 children. Well, some big changes are happening at the Alamo. Michael Board has the latest.
For years, there's been a fight over the cenotaph, which greets visitors to the Shrine of Texas Liberty. Some wanted moved to restore the original battlefield. Others wanted to stay right where it is. The battle ended this week when the General Land Office took custody.
We're going to get it renovated, get it in really good shape, and then be sure we take very good care of it and that it stays put.
Land Commissioner Don Buckingham says the cenotaph is sort of like a gravestone for those who died defending the Alamo, and it should remain right where it is. The change in ownership frees the city up from paying for the costly repairs. The cenotaph is crumbling on the inside from water damage. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Hundreds of new jobs are coming to the San Antonio area. Toyota officials announced the company plans to add roughly 400 new jobs to the automaker's plant on the south side. Officials say the jobs will involve helping develop systems for trucks and SUVs. A standalone facility that will house those new employees is now under construction at the plant. It is 7:06. The Spurs beat the Magic in preseason play. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has details in today's Spurs Insider, brought to you by Credit Human. Today's Spurs Insider brought to you by Credit Human. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, big 7 o'clock hour upon us. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker is in the building. He'll join us at 8:20 this morning. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up at 7:20, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. His reaction to the morning's big stories. 7:40, we go to Florida for the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. National correspondent Rory O'Neill standing by, and we'll get the latest on Hurricane Milton and what's next at 7:50 from News 4 San Antonio, Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. And coming right up, you don't want to miss it. Wait till you hear this. As chosen by Mike Opelka this morning, we'll hear former President Donald Trump on the Flagrant podcast talking about his selection of nicknames for his adversaries and his relationship with former Vice President Mike Pence. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. 64 degrees in Leon Valley, 63 in New Braunfels, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:11.
San Antonio's first news every weekday at this time. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. This morning's audio submitted for your approval by Mike Opelka. It is former President Donald Trump on a comedy podcast called the Flagrant Podcast, hosted by Andrew Schultz and Akash Singh. Let's listen.
I'm good with names, you know.
You are. You're very good.
You are. Yeah. Pocahontas.
Yeah.
We have names.
What about, and there was, Tampon Tim was good. What about,
The
is that?
problem with Tampon Tim, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
In other words,
it's a mouthful.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Tampon. And you can't stutter it through when you follow it. It's really a lousy word to say.
Yeah.
But it's quite accurate, right? There are some like Comrade Kamala. It's a little hard to say. She's comrade because she's obviously a communist.
Yeah.
She's
Okay.
horrible. So I call her comrade.
Yeah.
And it's not bad. But when you put the names together, it's a little, you got to be able to pume. No, you got to be able to put it out there. But we have a lot of good ones. A lot of them I can't go into with you because some of my best ones. Some of my best ones are from the Republican primaries.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all friends of mine now.
Oh,
And I
now
don't
you
wanna-
got to be nice.
So I've
What
taken
about
that-
Mike Pence? You got anything from Mike Pence?
Well, it's a shame because he and I had a very good
What happened to him?
relationship.
Hanging out
He
somewhere.
couldn't cross the line of doing what was right, in my opinion. Some people would disagree with that, but he had the right to go and put them before the legislatures and have them reassess because they found out a lot of bad things. And he had a lawyer that said he didn't have that right, but he did have that right. And you know why we found out that that was true? Because they changed the law after the election so that he couldn't do what I said he could do.
Yeah.
Okay. They changed the law so that a vice president could no longer do what I said he could do. So in other words, I turned out to be right. But it's a shame. We had a very good relationship for 99.9% of the thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think he's a good man. I think he's a
Oh,
good
that's
man.
good.
Unfortunately, I wish he would have had the stamina, maybe courage, maybe both, to go further. Because we have to have honest elections in our country. And if we're afraid to challenge an election, we're in big trouble, you know?
Former President Donald Trump appearing on what is called the Flagrant Podcast. First part of that, Charity, talking about the nicknames. Pretty funny, pretty laid back, and I thought very entertaining.
And he seems to come up with new ones all the time. Does he have like a group of people, a panel that he, consults with when coming up with these names? I probably leave it just to him. He might think about this before he goes to sleep at night. Who knows?
See, I picture him in a room like a Saturday Night Live reading room where they're sitting around a table, getting ready to write the show, and I see people throwing things at him. He's like, I like that one. That's the way I see it.
He is known for many things, and certainly known for the nicknames, which are often just biting and often very, very funny as well. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. And we remind you, OpelkaCon just 2 weeks from today at La Hacienda de los Barrios, your chance to meet and greet Mike Opelka. More details on that coming up. WOAI News Time, 7:15.
Hello? Okay.
All right. RK, SWAT Cats, Travis, Tim, Louie, Trevin,
Louie.
Tracy Bogert, Eric, welcome.
Good morning, Eric. How are you? Good morning, SWAT Cats, RK, Louie, Tim, Tommy. I think that's it. That's all I see. There's much more on there, but I don't see them all. Okay. Good morning, Frankie. Have a great day.
Coming right up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his thoughts on the morning's big stories. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Milton made landfall last night as a powerful Category 3 storm, bringing life-threatening storm surge, heavy winds, rain, and tornadoes. New details have been revealed surrounding the disappearance of a local realtor, and former John Jay High School student has dodged a murder conviction. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. It is 55 degrees in Kerrville, Texas, 64 in Lavernia, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 721.
San Antonio's first news every weekday at this time. We connect with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, and you can connect with him 2 weeks from today at La Hacienda de los Barrios. It will be OpelkaCon, and actually your chance to win some gift certificates next week to La Hacienda and OpelkaCon. We'll tell you about that coming up. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Mike, less than 26 days to the 2024 election. Donald Trump yesterday, a rally in Pennsylvania. Anything there catch your attention?
Yeah, the fact that Donald Trump is rallying while Kamala Harris is playing TV weather reporter, it really is a very different strategy. Trump's out shaking hands, kissing babies, doing retail politician stuff, and Kamala is pretending to be an executive. And I think that interesting calculus on behalf of the Democrats. Trump's doing what he did in 2016 that pulled off the biggest surprise in, I think, American political history. And we'll see if it works again this time.
And Mike, speaking of the weather, when it comes to Hurricane Milton live coverage, what was some of the wild things you saw? Because for me, it was a reporter doing a live hit while a shirtless man in short shorts goes jogging by in torrential rain.
I love the shirtless man in shorty shorts going jogging by. I watch because of the Schadenfreude effect, the watching people have bad stuff happen to them. And I'm not looking for average citizens, but I don't know why Anderson Cooper needed to be out in the storm last night. He got hit in the face with a piece of debris while he was doing a report. And thank God it was like styrofoam, because there's a whole bunch of stuff that was flying around. But it's just like, do we really need to be out in the storm as it's happening? No.
And speaking of that, you got a homeless man in the Tampa area named Lieutenant Dan. As of midnight last night, they have no word on his condition, but he was going to ride out the storm on his boat in St. Pete.
Yeah, I think they actually did get
okay.
Lieutenant Dan. And here's the crazy thing about that, Mr. T. Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
It seems like Lieutenant Dan may be a little bit of an internet scammer kind of a guy, because suddenly there was a GoFundMe that was set up for him and $20,000 was put into it. And, the residents and the law enforcement in the town said, you can't let this guy stay out there. And I think they went and got him.
Yeah, I had heard Lieutenant Dan had become a TikTok sensation the last several days. Back to campaign 2024, Mike, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, there are some reports out there that he hasn't always behaved very well.
Well, I don't know why you would say that, Chris. I mean, just because he got the nanny pregnant, and then suddenly she got $80,000 and disappeared and forgot how to speak. But there are some credible reports from within the law firms that he worked for that he was kind of sexist. Okay, not kind of, but really sexist. And then we have the story that came out over the weekend about the woman he dated back in 2012 allegedly slapped her so hard at a Cannes Festival party that they were leaving, that he spun her around. So the media seems to not be interested in this. And I guarantee you that if this was reversed and it was JD Vance's family and anything about JD Vance, it would be 24/7.
And Mike, first it's the hurricanes, now a massive solar storm we have to worry about.
Yeah, Charity, this one is a little nerve-wracking because we don't really understand what these solar storms do. But then again, we kind of worry that they could have these solar pulses. And there is a map that shows where this is going to hit the most. And it's going to be kind of half of the country. And these pulses could hit our power grids. So I don't know if we should put on our lead-lined suits and face magnetic north or what.
I'll wait for ApelkaCon in 2 weeks to put on my lead-lined suit and face north, Mike.
That's good. Gird your loins and prepare for OpelkaCon.
More OpelkaCon information coming your way. It is 2 weeks from today. It'll be at La Hacienda de los Barrios. Come for Mike Opelka. Stay for the Charity McCurdy hugging booth. It's going to be amazing. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams.
By the way, all the money goes to charity.
All the money does go to charity. WOAI News Time 726.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Milton leaves behind death and destruction, and police suspect foul play in the case of a missing Almas Park woman. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 64 degrees. Hurricane Milton made landfall in Florida as a Category 3 hurricane last night, bringing severe rain, winds, and flooding to the Sunshine State. Fort Myers, Florida Mayor Kevin Anderson talks about the impacts he's seen in his city so far.
I anticipated this storm to be much worse, to have a much greater devastation on our city. So to see what I've seen so far, I'm feeling pretty good. Of course, until the sun gets up and we start moving around the city and really getting to survey things, it's hard to tell the extent of the damage.
And tornadoes spawned in Florida ahead of Milton making landfall. St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson describes what he saw of the twisters.
So there's hundreds of houses that are just destroyed. Anything that was in the path of these multiple tornadoes, our deputies were on the scene. We were out. I was in a patrol car watching cars getting split off of I-95 as these multiple tornadoes came through.
About 130 tornado warnings went out across the state, and St. Lucie County officials are reporting multiple fatalities related to twisters, while the roof of the Tropicana Dome in St. Petersburg, home of Major League Baseball's Tampa Bay Rays, was ripped to shreds. Milton has now been downgraded to a Category 1 hurricane. More than 3 million people across Florida are without power. The Biden administration is facing criticism surrounding the federal government's response to Hurricane Helene as they prepared their response to Hurricane Milton. Here's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson.
As Hurricane Milton batters Florida, the White House is still facing criticism about its response to Hurricane Helene, with many residents in the mountains of North Carolina saying the federal response has been slow to reach those remote areas. Ahead of Hurricane Milton making landfall in Florida, President Biden and his DHS chief said they were prepared. President Biden and his press secretary also taking umbrage with former President Donald Trump. Now, Senator Tom Cotton said it should not have taken over a week to launch those forces. He noted the 82nd deployed to Haiti in 2 days after the massive earthquake hit back in 2010. That was also noted in a Wall Street Journal op-ed by vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance.
And this comes as Trump accused FEMA of diverting funds from emergency disaster relief to illegal immigrants. The husband of an Almas Park woman who's been reported missing since Sunday was arrested and remains uncooperative with police. Eric Lycum has the latest.
We believe foul play was involved.
Almas Park Police Chief Fidel Villegas says 53-year-old Brad Simpson's being held in Kendall County Jail on $2 million bond, charged with family violence and unlawful restraint on his 51-year-old wife, Suzanne Clark Simpson.
Many of the people are telling us there has been tension in the family.
Simpson missed a meeting with police, but they spoke to a neighbor who says he saw them fighting and subsequently heard a woman scream. A Bexar County magistrate has filed a warrant for Simpson based on a probable cause affidavit by the Texas Rangers. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A former John Jay High School student is dodging a murder conviction for the killing of a former classmate. A jury deliberated for over 4 hours yesterday before finding Jesus San Miguel not guilty of murder. San Miguel instead was found guilty of criminally negligent homicide for the fatal stabbing of classmate Joshua Kidman during an altercation outside of the high school in April of last year. San Miguel's lawyers had argued that he acted in self-defense. He now faces up to 2 years behind bars. Former President Trump is courting blue-collar workers in President Biden's hometown. Here's Fox's Jeff Manasso.
Days after the former president returned to Butler, Pennsylvania, bid a trip back, this time to Scranton, talking the border crisis, jobs, fracking and drilling, the economy. In the state, the former president calls critical November 5th.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. And your taxes will come down and your safety will go up.
The former president leading Kamala Harris in PA on the economy issue, as well as other states, as he also announced plans for a rally in New York City this month, and that he's making a play for blue states like New York, New Jersey, Virginia, and New Mexico. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Barack Obama will be in Pittsburgh today to campaign for Vice President Kamala Harris. It comes as Harris has raised $1 billion since entering the presidential race in July. And a tennis legend has announced his retirement. Fox's Jared Max has details.
22-time Grand Slam singles champion Rafael Nadal announced Thursday his final competition will be at the Davis Cup next month. 38 years old, Nadal has battled injuries in recent times. He said, "I'm here to let you know I'm retiring from professional tennis. The reality is it's been some difficult years, the last two especially." Nadal won a record 14 French Opens, including his first at age 19 in 2005. He also won 4 U.S. Opens, twice the champ at Wimbledon and the Australian Open. Jared Max, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money in the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, I'm Chris Duell. Coming up at 7:50, News 4 San Antonio Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan with the latest on Hurricane Milton. But right now, let's check in. Let's go to Florida with national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Rory, from your perspective, how did Florida weather the storm overnight?
Well, we're just figuring that out now that the sun has come up. Look, things could have been a lot worse. And the forecasters were right. They said this thing was going to be a monster Cat 5. It had winds over 180 miles per hour, but they also predicted it would be a Cat 3 at landfall. Still a major hurricane, but not the kind that, obliterates houses as they stand. And then add to that good fortune, this did track a little bit further to the south than some of the earlier predictions, and that really spared Tampa Bay sort of this 8 to 15-foot massive storm surge. Now, as we speak, there are high water rescue operations still underway. We're not in recovery mode yet, still in search and rescue mode as the police catch up to all the 911 calls that they received in the overnight hours from St. Pete and Tampa up into Orlando, even out to Daytona Beach.
And, the fact that the roof of Tropicana Field, Rory, which is made up of Teflon-coated fiberglass with support cables, was ripped off. I mean, was that thing built to withstand hurricane-force winds? Presumably so, right?
Well, it has, and keep in mind, they were also just signed a deal to replace that building, so it'll be interesting to see how the team decides to move forward and how much they want to invest in a replacement roof for that place that no baseball fan actually likes. But, well, let's be honest. And, typically that building is available in October. And that was also for these cots that had been set up. Now, look, I make jokes because thankfully no one, yes, the building took a big hit, but everyone had been able to evacuate. There were no injuries as a result. But yeah, that just shows the power of the storm as it was coming ashore.
Rory, where are we with the power outages still?
Yeah, still around 3.2 million. I'd say we haven't really started in earnest the power restoration process. As I said, we are right now in search and rescue mode. A lot of people are trapped in their homes, apartment buildings. We're seeing a lot of high water rescues. I think they started sending out crews around 2 o'clock this morning to respond. There's a time there when fire departments and ambulances and police cars can't even respond because the winds are too dangerous, the conditions are too dangerous. So they started resuming. So it made landfall, around 8 o'clock-ish. They started Eastern time. They started resuming those operations around 1:32 a.m. So, they're still playing catch up and responding to a lot of these distress calls.
And Rory, a big story as Milton approached was the anticipated storm surge in Tampa Bay. How did the reality play out compared to what was expected?
Yeah, the fear was this thing would go right up Tampa Bay on the north, and then in its counterclockwise motion, shove all this water up the very shallow bay. Instead, it came in south, and with that counterclockwise motion, actually pulled water out of Tampa Bay. Actually, there were some areas that was so dry you could walk across it. So pretty remarkable that with the way that bay works, but that's also why everyone's so afraid of it if there is this kind of storm surge. And just to quickly point out, the real surprise for this in these tornadoes that spun up, we're not used to seeing tornadoes like this. Hurricanes often have tornadoes. That's not a big deal. But typically they sort of spiral up, they knock down a tree limb or a mailbox, and that's it. This thing, look, it came out of Texas and Oklahoma. These tornadoes that popped up yesterday, more than 120 tornado warnings, a record in Florida. Just yesterday, 27 touchdowns. Some of these big tornadoes sadly caused multiple fatalities.
My goodness. Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill in Florida. As we roll forward, we'll check in with News 4 San Antonio chief meteorologist Chris Suchan. And as we found out yesterday, Chris Suchan has family, his parents in the Tampa Bay area. So we'll certainly check in with him about all aspects of Hurricane Milton. That is coming up. WOAI News Time 745. Coming right up, we check in with News 4 San Antonio Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Multiple fatalities have been confirmed as Hurricane Milton has left over 3 million without power in Florida. And we'll have the latest from the campaign trail with former President Obama in Pittsburgh today for the Harris campaign and an update on the case of a missing Almas Park woman. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. 64 degrees in Alamo Heights, 64 in Leon Valley, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:50.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker will join us at 8:20 in the next half hour. Right now, we check in with News 4 San Antonio Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan as we talk about Hurricane Milton. First and foremost, Chris, we talked to you yesterday and learned that you have parents and family in the Tampa area. If you don't mind, can you tell us how are they doing? Do you have updates on them?
Yeah, good morning to you, Chris. Literally just about 1 minute ago, I finally heard from my mother and my stepdad. They're in northeast Tampa in Hillsborough County, and all is fine. So that was the one that I was waiting to hear from, because I had earlier heard from my father and my stepmom. They're down in Sarasota, and they were fine. But I was a little bit more concerned about Tampa based on the nature of the home that they're in and what's around it, and if they had power or not. But yeah, great news. Just literally heard before coming on the air with you here that they're in good shape.
Super.
Chris, so glad to hear that. So based on what you know so far, do you think Milton will go down in the history books in terms of one of Florida's most impactful hurricanes?
Well, it definitely left its mark. I think we could all look back on it now and say, you know, it remains to be seen. Where Helene, we know for sure that's going to be a retired name. I'm not so sure with Milton. It may. So this is one where my confidence level probably is certainly not going to be as high with Helene. But definitely for the region where it hit, I think that's really probably where it left its biggest mark. Is anywhere else in Florida, there were worse hurricanes. But in that Tampa area, this is one of the bigger ones that they've had for that particular part of the state. And, you know, what's interesting is two things. My folks in Tampa did well, but I had neighbor friends of mine that are about 20 miles to the east, and they had roof damage and water leaks, and they were Florida Keys born and raised. And they said it was one of the worst storms that they've been in because it was at night and there was constantly 80 to 100 mile an hour winds. And it really shook them up. And so it earned their respect. And then, you know, the fact that I think that it was the front side of the storm came in. There wasn't big storm surge in that Bay Area. And what caught a lot of people off guard, or maybe thought, well, whoa, okay, this is a legit storm, was the backside, the west, northwest, north side of that eye, where it was tapping into 100 plus on the gusts. And that really left the mark. It pushed the water out quite a bit of the bay. You know, in the shallow areas, you could walk across it. That's what we call reverse surge. But it did damage, you know, a lot of wind damage made up for that storm surge. But very thankful we didn't get that big storm surge.
And then they're not used to the number of tornadoes. I don't think anybody's used to the number of tornadoes that they had in that area either.
Yeah, that was actually a big ticket item with it. You know, well over 100 warnings that were issued. Doesn't mean we had well over 100 tornadoes, but goes to show you the National Weather Service office is extremely busy issuing warnings for what really were tornadic supercells. in the outer feeder bands of Milton, and I know at least one of them that killed, I believe, 4 or 5 people. A lot of damage from those tornadoes. Some of the video I saw from storm chasers, one in particular was at least, for sure it was a wedge. It was wider than it was tall. It was a real big tornado. You don't really get a lot of wedge tornadoes with tropical systems, so that was very impressive. And I do want to point out, I don't want to kind of correct myself. There was storm surge. It was just south of Tampa Bay. Venice had damage down around the Fort Myers Beach, and Punta Gorda. There was quite a bit of storm surge down there, in some cases around 10 feet or a little over. So there was definitely storm surge with Milton, but Tampa Bay really sort of escaped it.
Yeah, you mentioned video, Chris, lots of dramatic video, those aerial shots of Tropicana Field with the roof torn off. It was so bizarre to me because the lights were still on, lighting up that baseball field. I thought for sure that they would have lost power with that kind of damage. That looked a little crazy to me.
Yeah, that was very interesting, Chris. I always kind of felt like that roof was going to be vulnerable at some point if they ever had a big storm. And I know the building itself, it's rated for a Cat 3. But that roof was always something I thought could be a little bit suspect. And that was verified. And, right down the road from it, not far, a big crane collapse. I'm not really sure why they had, not taken the cranes down or done something before the storm, but big collapse and, damage from that. I hope no one was hurt from that one. But, it was definitely a hurricane. No one's waking up in Pinellas County and Hillsborough and saying, boy, we really, that was not much of a nothing burger, a dud of a storm. I mean, the top gust I saw was 102, but that sensor was knocked out. So I'm not sure if we actually would have realized a higher gust. And I know we had data that's just off the beaches of 125, but wind's typically a little stronger out over the ocean or the Gulf where, friction is not in play as it is over land. But yeah, it was a major hurricane. It was a Cat 3. And, now it's still a hurricane on the other side of Florida, moving away things.
And Chris, it's always nerve-wracking to see reporters risking their safety in treacherous conditions during a major hurricane to go live on camera. Have you ever had to do that? And what was it like?
Charity, I've never done that one. I never chased. I did work in Florida, but I never was actually in the path of a storm. And if I was dispatched, based on some of the live shots I saw, I was really pretty embarrassed by it. I'm not a big fan of that, especially one gentleman was just wearing a ball cap, not even a helmet. And he was in some ferocious wind. And I think sometimes it's a little reckless and silly. I mean, we all get it. But on the other hand, if it's done in the safety of a brick cinder block, building or some kind of a fortress, and you're showing us the power, I appreciate that you're respecting the storm. But then when you go just out and stand at it and you're not even wearing, any kind of armor or protection, because you get debris. You can't account for debris, plywood, sheet metal, and you're out there with just, your baseball cap on. That's really reckless.
Well, Chris, we can't thank you enough. We know that you work late night on News 4 San Antonio, late into the night. Each of the last 3 mornings, you've been here to update us on the last 2 mornings, the approach of Hurricane Milton and now the aftermath. So just on behalf of Charity, Mr. T, and myself, we just can't thank you enough for all you do for us.
Well, I really appreciate that, guys. The coverage from you all has been outstanding. I've been listening every morning. Really honored to be a part of the program here. And let's just hope we don't have to do it again this hurricane season. Maybe this will be the last one here for the country.
Amen to that. Chris Suchan, a great follow on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Lots of great weather content, a lot of local weather content that you can use. WOAI News Time 7:58.
8:01 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Milton carves a path of destruction across Florida and an update in the case of a missing Almas Park woman. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny skies, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low 65. Get a move on. It is 65 degrees. Well, Hurricane Milton made landfall in Florida as a Category 3 hurricane last night, bringing severe rain, winds, and flooding. Fox Weather's Ari Sarsolari is on the ground in Orlando.
We've had over a foot of rain in this downtown Tampa area over the past 24 hours. That's what kind of led to the flash flood emergency. That's the highest threshold for a flash flooding event. It's a life-threatening event. 2 million people are in that flash flood emergency. We're in Hillsborough County. We got over 500,000 people in our county alone without power. That's over 70% of the customers. Thankfully, where I stand in downtown proper, you are seeing the lights are still on. So we had power throughout this entire event, but the winds were quite strong, and there was a bunch of debris at times, whether it was trees or signs.
And tornadoes spawned in Florida ahead of Milton making landfall. And St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson confirmed some of those twisters were in his county, and some people did not survive.
Currently, we're in a rescue mode. Governor DeSantis and his team has been amazing. They sent the National Guard down, hundreds of members of the search and rescue teams. I can confirm that there is multiple fatalities from this tornado that struck our area.
And the roof of the Tropicana Dome in St. Petersburg, home of Major League Baseball's Tampa Bay Rays, was ripped to shreds. No injuries were reported. Milton has now been downgraded to a Category 1 as it's moved out into the Atlantic west of Florida. At least 3 million people remain without power. Well, former President Trump is courting blue-collar workers in President Biden's hometown. Here's Fox's Jeff Manasso.
Days after the former president returned to Butler, Pennsylvania, bid a trip back, this time to Scranton, talking the border crisis, jobs, fracking and drilling, the economy. In the state, the former president calls critical November 5th.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. And your taxes will come down and your safety will go up.
The former president leading Kamala Harris in PA on the economy issue, as well as other states, as he also announced plans for a rally in New York City this month, and that he's making a play for blue states like New York, New Jersey, Virginia, and New Mexico. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Meantime, former President Barack Obama will be in Pittsburgh today to campaign for Vice President Harris. It comes as Harris has raised $1 billion since entering the presidential race in July. The husband of a missing Almas Park woman is now facing charges of family violence. Kendall County Sheriff officials say Brad Simpson was arrested yesterday and charged with assault and other counts. Almas Park Police and the Texas DPS continue to search for Simpson's wife, Suzanne, who has been missing since late Sunday night. Almas Park Police Chief Fidel Villegas says the search for Suzanne continues.
We'd love to find her. We don't know if she's somewhere hiding away or someplace that her family doesn't know where she's at. She hasn't been to work.
And authorities say Brad Simpson has been uncooperative. Police do say they've spoken to a neighbor who claimed he saw the couple in a physical altercation outside their home hours before Suzanne Simpson disappeared. According to a new survey, 1 in 5 Texas OBGYNs are considering leaving the state due to a near total ban on abortion.
The ripple effect extends well beyond that in terms of potential access reductions for communities and patients in the state.
Alex Morin with Minot Health says their study found that reproductive health care doctors are stressed out due to a fear of jail time for inadvertently breaking the state's law. 3/4 say they cannot follow best practices in Texas. And the Spurs have their first win of the preseason. The Spurs took down Orlando 107-97 last night at the Frost Bank Center. 12-time All-Star Chris Paul made his preseason debut and wowed the crowd with several assists, 2 of them to Victor Wembanyama. Wemby had 11 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Up next, the Spurs host the Utah Jazz Saturday night. It is 8:07. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker is in the building. He'll join us in just a few minutes at 8:20. He's got Parker's picks and more. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up, we react to what we know in the disappearance of an Almas Park mother of 4 and realtor. First, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. 64 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, 64 in Monte Vista, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news, Charlie Parker coming right up a little bit later. We'll check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show, get a preview of what he's working on for this afternoon. We've been reporting and reacting to a major story in San Antonio since we learned about it yesterday, the disappearance of a 51-year-old mother of 4 and realtor from the Almas Park area. Her name, Suzanne Simpson. The subsequent arrest of her husband, Brad Simpson, 53. He's charged with family violence. The events, as we connect the dots on this, They were at the Argyle Club in Alamo Heights, reportedly from around 6 to 9 on Sunday night. A neighbor sees an altercation in the front yard of their home. They are reportedly fighting and wrestling. Minutes later, that neighbor says he heard screams coming from a wooded area. And Charity, we're hearing this morning that police are working on a search warrant for the home in Almas Park.
And yeah, they're looking for any clues to her whereabouts. Keep in mind that same neighbor that witnessed that fight take place between Suzanne Simpson and her husband, Brad, said that not only did he hear screams from a wooded area near his home, he also saw about an hour later Brad Simpson take off in his black pickup and return an hour or two later. So they're really trying to figure out where Suzanne might be. And it's just really disturbing when you hear the details about their 5-year-old daughter who apparently told school staff that she had witnessed her father strike her mother in the face and take away her cell phone. And also that this is when the father reported Suzanne missing when on Monday the little girl was not picked up from school as she normally is by her mother. So it was Brad Simpson himself, who at this point is not a suspect, hasn't been named an official suspect, is the one that reported his wife missing. But a lot of fingers are pointing his direction, considering he is facing those family violence charges.
And he's been arrested for unlawful restraint and assault causing bodily injury to a family member. Well, if no one saw him, if no one reported that he did that, how are they charging him with something if we don't know where she's at?
Texas Rangers are saying there is probable cause based on, but two big questions we have at the Argyle Club. Apparently they were there together at an event, and apparently there was an altercation. Something went on there. So a number of people are asking, why didn't someone at the Argyle Club notify someone who could have intervened and helped here? And then we're wondering, and a lot of people are wondering about that neighbor who reportedly saw a struggle on the lawn and subsequently heard screams in the wooded area. How long did it take that neighbor to contact law enforcement? That's on a lot of people's minds.
And again, Brad Simpson is not being cooperative with police. He did not show up for a scheduled police interview. And apparently the Almas Park police chief says Brad Simpson's brother claims that Simpson had called him and apologized for all the problems that he had caused. I don't know if that's necessarily an admission of guilt. But again, there's a lot of speculation when you consider there was definitely tension and violence between the two.
A very, very troubling story. And again, our hopes and our prayers are that Suzanne Simpson will be found alive and safe. We'll bring you the latest as developments occur in this major case here in San Antonio coming out of Almas Park and Kendall County. Charlie Parker in studio. He joins us next. WOAI News Time 8:14. Charlie Parker is in studio. Lots to talk about with Charlie. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
Milton slammed Florida with dangerous flooding, damaging winds, and tornadoes. Foul play is now suspected in the case of a missing Almas Park woman, and new charges have been filed against a babysitter in the case of a fatal dog mauling. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. 64 degrees in Bernie, Texas, 64 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:20.
San Antonio's first news. Charity, Mr. T, I'm Chris. With us in studio, Charlie Parker. And Charlie, I understand that this is your wife Eva's favorite time of year.
Absolutely. No question about it. It has absolutely nothing to do with the weather.
Baseball?
It's because NFL, college football, National Hockey League, NBA, and baseball are all going on at the same time.
Woo! You married well.
Yeah,
a woman who
no.
appreciates
well,
that.
I was tongue firmly planted in. She hates baseball. She's not crazy about hockey. And she doesn't like the fact that any of these sports overlap. She thinks there should be one sport being played, and when they're done, then you move on to another sport.
It's not a bad idea.
But it can't,
It's
I've tried to
impossible,
explain to her over and over again that it can't be done. It's too many games to be played. They have to overlap. And I will be a real dick sometimes. And she's over in her chair doing something, and there's a great play in baseball. And I'll go, hey, stop a minute. Take a look at this play this guy made. You know I don't like those guys. I don't like any of those guys. That doesn't mean that it's not a great play and that you should, take a look at it. And again, I know she's not going to, but otherwise it gets kind of boring sitting around, I'm watching
I can see
sports
that.
and she's watching Korean sequels. Okay. Let's start with baseball. Divisional series. Detroit and the Yankees both won yesterday. So Detroit's over Cleveland 2-1. Yankees are up on Kansas City 2-1. Game 4s are today. Detroit, Cleveland at 5. Yankees, Kansas City at 7. A Yankees-Detroit win means that they advance.
Yeah.
If they lose, they'll play Game 5. They'll travel tomorrow, and they'll play Game 5 on Sunday. The Mets sent the Phillies packing.
Unbelievable.
Shocker. Yeah. Adios. I don't think it was that much of a shock. I don't like the Mets, but I don't really like the Phillies either. Dodgers beat up big time on the Padres in San Diego. Yeah. 2-2. Game 5 in LA tomorrow.
Wow. That's going to be big.
Yeah, it is.
Thursday night football, NFC West matchup, 2-3 Niners at the 3-2 Seahawks.
Go Seahawks.
I hate the Niners. EJ wearing his Niners sweatshirt.
Sunday, Texans 4-1 at the Patriots. They should leave there 5-1.
Nice.
Lions at the Cowboys.
Man.
3:25 game on Sunday.
Wow. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I would think so. College football, 3 games tonight, no ranked teams. Tomorrow night, 4-1 Arizona State hosting 4-1 number 16 Utah.
Ooh.
That could be good.
Mm-hmm.
You've obviously got number 1 Texas playing number 18 Oklahoma. 2:30 Saturday. That game is on WOAI and televised only on ESPN Plus.
Actually, that game is on KRPT this weekend, not WOAI.
Because of the Spurs.
Yes.
There's a Spurs game later in the day.
Later in the day?
That would
Yeah.
overlap.
Okay.
See, if,
Yep,
if
so it's
Eva
been
could
moved.
eliminate the overlapping of sports,
Yeah.
that wouldn't have happened.
Number 9 Ole Miss is at number 13 LSU. Good game.
Yeah.
Cal at number 22 Pitt. Good game. Number 15 Texas A&M is idle. Number 2 Ohio State. Number 3 Oregon. Both teams 5-0.
That's a great game.
That's a good game. Yeah.
Number 4 Penn State at USC. Fight on.
Fight on. Yes.
Penn State's right there with, well, just about everybody else in the Big Ten for me.
Amen.
I don't like any, I don't think there's anybody at all. Sometimes I like Minnesota. Okay. But
Can't always depend on those times.
no, take all those Big Ten people. I had a bad week last week in my pick 3. I had Missouri beating A&M. Didn't happen. Had Michigan beating Washington. Didn't happen. Had Navy beating Air Force. That did happen.
So you went 1 and 2?
I went 1 and 2, so I'm now 12 and 6.
12 and 6. Okay.
So I need to regroup, and I'm going way out on a limb on some stuff this weekend.
All right.
4-1 Coastal Carolina at James Madison. 4-1.
My fighting Chanticleers.
I'm taking James Madison.
Oh, sorry.
Cal at undefeated number 22 Pitt. I'm taking Cal. And I'm taking Army over UAB, looking for Army to go 6-0 and to extend the nation's longest winning streak to 10.
Wow.
You go back
that'd be
to
good.
last year.
Yep.
Last year they finished the season 4-0. They're now 5-0 this year. They win this, and that'll be 10 straight games.
When was the last time Army won 10 in a row? We would have to go way back to Doc Blanchard, probably.
It was in those days.
Yeah.
I was looking it up, and I couldn't get a definitive answer.
That's
but
crazy.
it was somewhere around 1930 something, 1940. What is that?
I don't know.
And Navy also undefeated, so we could have a collision.
Ooh, that'd be
Well, I
nice.
do know it's the first time Army and Navy are both 5-0.
My goodness. The Army Navy game.
Since
That's going to be
19
huge, man.
Yeah.
Another one way back in the 1940s.
Yes. Wow.
Or it might be the 60s. I can't remember. But they're both under. Meanwhile, Air Force is 1-4, 1-5.
Yeah,
1-4.
Navy beat them at Air Force last week, sadly.
Yeah.
And you picked that. So you that's
That was the only one I got right last week.
Yeah.
So it's by the way, so it'll be if you hadn't figured it out, it's going to be a great weekend at my house with the NFL, college football, National Hockey League, NBA,
Baseball.
and baseball.
Now you are wearing Longhorn gear. Our people on YouTube can see that. Texas OU weekend. Texas #1 in the country. Are you absolutely confident Texas wins that game?
I'm not absolutely confident. It's Texas, Oklahoma.
Yeah,
I know,
throw the
rivalry.
records out.
Yeah.
Throw the records
But
out.
okay, if I were betting real money and using the line, I would probably take Oklahoma in the points.
Ooh.
Because I think they're getting 14.5.
Yeah, which is
That's a
a
big
lot in that
number.
game.
And it's
Yes.
a neutral
number.
field,
Yeah.
whatever. But, I wanted to pick that, but I figured it was just too difficult. Just like I couldn't pick between Ole Miss and LSU. Anything could happen.
Yeah.
Happen there. Well, anything can always happen on a Saturday in college football. We know that.
Yeah, we've seen
Did
a
you
few of
see
those.
Alabama and Vanderbilt last
Yes.
week?
Yeah.
Yes.
If that can happen, anything can happen. Our thanks to Charlie Parker, and in honor of Texas OU, WOAI News Time 828, and OU still sucks.
8:33 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, more on the aftermath of Hurricane Milton, and police suspect foul play in the case of a missing realtor. Well, details first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday: air quality alert day, sunny, a high in the upper 90s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, strong winds and heavy rain blasted Florida overnight after Hurricane Milton made landfall as a Category 3 storm. Over 3 million residents are without power, and high water rescue efforts are underway. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis provided an update warning residents to be aware of various hazards.
Please be cautious of downed power lines. Don't touch them. Don't remove tree debris that may be entangled with downed power lines. Standing water can conceal downed power lines and other hazards, so please be mindful and never walk through storm waters.
The St. Lucie County Emergency Operations Center says at least 4 people were killed during the tornado outbreak spawned by the storm. Meantime, the strong wind gusts damaged the roof of Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, which is serving as a temporary staging location for hundreds of first responders. Authorities say no one was injured. President Biden delivered remarks about Hurricane Milton, taking a swing at Republican criticism about the government's role in disaster recovery.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop.
There have also been claims that FEMA funds have been used for migrants, which the White House denies. Former President Trump hit the campaign trail in Pennsylvania and took a swing at Vice President Kamala Harris, claiming she's not a good candidate for Pennsylvania voters.
Your jobs will be down and your salaries will follow. Congratulations, everybody. It's not going to let it happen. We're not going to let her destroy. You know, she destroyed San Francisco. We're not going to let her destroy this country.
Meantime, former President Obama will campaign for Harris today in Pittsburgh. The husband of an Almas Park woman who's been reported missing since Sunday was arrested and remains uncooperative with police. Eric Lycum has the very latest.
We believe foul play was involved.
Almost Park Police Chief Fidel Villegas says 53-year-old Brad Simpson's being held in Kendall County Jail on $2 million bond, charged with family violence and unlawful restraint on his 51-year-old wife, Suzanne Clark Simpson.
Many of the people are telling us there has been tension in the family.
Simpson missed a meeting with police, but they spoke to a neighbor who says he saw them fighting and subsequently heard a woman scream. A Bexar County magistrate has filed a warrant for Simpson based on a probable cause affidavit by the Texas Rangers. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The Alamo Cenotaph, which greets visitors to the Shrine of Texas Liberty, is not going anywhere. The General Land Office has taken ownership of the monument.
In a way, it's sort of the gravestone of all of our defenders that died, since they were not given gravestones with the mass burning that happened after the battle.
Land Commissioner Don Buckingham says now that the state owns the cenotaph, it ends a push to remove it from Alamo Plaza. Some wanted to change the whole grounds to make it look like the original battlefield. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Let's check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show. Like so many other people, Joe has his eyes on Hurricane Milton. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. Of course, it is the big news. You're talking about it now. We'll be talking about it this afternoon as well. Assessing the damage and the wrath of Hurricane Milton. We'll do that on the program today at 5 o'clock. Also, Gregory Wrightstone. He's a geologist who wrote the book about climate change and so-called global warming. Is it real? Is it causing what we're seeing in Florida this season and some other wild weather events? Plus, we've got Lee Greenwood. He's actually going to a lot of these Trump rallies singing God Bless the USA, his number one hit from back in the day. We'll talk to singer-songwriter Lee Greenwood. I can't wait. Going to be a lot of fun. Today at 5 o'clock, that and a whole lot more on the Joe Pags Show, News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
See you then. Another big Joe Pags Show. You don't want to miss it. 5 o'clock this afternoon, 5 to 8 every weekday right here on 1200 WOAI. And Charity and Mr. T, Joe's covering it. We've covered it all morning long. Hurricane Milton and its aftermath made landfall overnight in Siesta Key, Florida. It was a Cat 3 as it made landfall. Later went to a Cat 1 across the state and now out to the Atlantic. But lots of damage, and I'm sure we'll be learning about more fatalities.
Yeah, so far we are hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that at least 4 people were killed during that tornado outbreak in St. Lucie. But again, search and recovery efforts are still underway. And the governor's warning, too, that it's still too dangerous to venture out. Stay put. You know, there's down power lines. Lord knows what's in those floodwaters. So it's best to stay there and hopefully be in a shelter somewhere safe. But again, we don't know what the death toll is at this point because they're just getting a handle on what Milton has left behind.
Yeah, and you mentioned you never know what's in that water. That goes with anything when you have a hurricane, a flood of any type, especially in Florida, because we know that there's got pythons, we know they got alligators, we know there's critters all over the place. And when they get in a trap situation like high water, they tend to turn a little bit on you.
And in addition, you've got industrial, you could have chemical waste, you've got different plants there. God knows what pathogens could be in that water as well. It's just dangerous on so many fronts. And as we continue now to report on Hurricane Milton, we're just getting over, and they certainly haven't gotten over it yet in the region, Hurricane Helene. And we keep reminding people hurricane season is going to continue into November. And these hurricanes seem to have been more, certainly with the way that Hurricane Milton kind of exploded from a tropical storm to a Cat 5 within 24 hours. A lot of the rules that we apply or trends to hurricane season those could even be out the window somewhat based on what we've seen lately.
Yeah. And again, you just feel for the people of Florida, you have over 3 million without power. And because of all that flood water, and it's going to take a while for the linemen to get in and to restore service. You've got trees that are down, power lines that are down. I mean, it could be weeks before some of these customers have their power back.
And some of them might not have their power back from Helene.
This is true.
Yeah, I mean, it's just god awful situation.
Now you talk about weeks until people have their power back. Again, I can't help but look at every news story we cover through the lens of the 2024 election. We're 26 days out from the election. So we're talking about a lot of people doing cleanup and not having power perhaps for weeks. I'm just wondering, does that affect voter turnout? Now, Florida has been going Republican for a number of terms, but
look at North Carolina.
Yeah,
though.
there are some now who believe Florida could be in play. You just got to wonder, does this have any impact on voter turnout or the election or the ability
to get
with
out
voting machines to properly run this election?
Wow. I mean, that would be crazy if Mother Nature ended up swaying the election one way or the other. But you can bet VP Kamala Harris, even President Biden, will be out in front of a camera whenever they can to talk about ongoing recovery efforts for hurricane victims, because they don't want this to fall on them, and they don't want to be accused of not doing enough for the people in need.
And yet on the other side, it's Donald Trump's adopted home state, Mar-a-Lago in Florida. So you've got to wonder how much he might be involved in the news cycle with regard to Florida and the aftermath of Hurricane Milton in the coming days. We'll certainly report everything we learn as it develops. 26 days from the 2024 election. More coming up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time is 8:45.
It looks pretty good, Chris.
Yeah, there is the created by Andrew Zimmel, the poster and artwork.
That looks good.
For OpelkaCon.
OpelkaCon.
4 p.m. October 24th.
OpelkaCon.
OpelkaCon.
OpelkaCon. OpelkaCon.
And there may be an appearance by the band, the indie band, Chopped Liver.
That's true. I've heard rumors, Chris. Rumors.
All we need are
talent,
some songs,
talent,
some musical instruments,
talent.
Well, we're just skipping on the talent.
Okay,
part,
good.
Because we are.
That's what makes us punk.
Well, that's what makes us chopped liver.
Yep.
Lack of legendary talent.
I like that.
Yes.
Lack of legendary talent.
Yeah.
That should
it'll
be-
be in the review.
That's our management company.
And that'll be in the review by Hector Saldana in the San Antonio Express News.
Oh, God. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz?
My friends all drive Porsches.
I must make amends. Worked hard all my lifetime.
No help from my friends.
We could record this.
You know,
Oh,
we can.
Lord, we don't even need instruments for
That's
it.
true.
Won't you buy me a
A
Mercedes-Benz?
Mercedes-Benz.
Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a
Another
color TV?
Dialing for dollars.
is trying to find me. I'll wait for delivery each day until 3. Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a color TV?
Everybody now.
Wait, there's one more.
I
Oh,
know.
Lord, won't you buy me
a night on the town?
I'm counting on you, Lord. Please don't let me down. Prove that you love me and buy the next round. Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a night on the town?
There you go.
Everybody, oh,
Yeah. There you go.
That'll
Unplugged.
be available on the
Unplugged
first.
right there. That's unplugged.
That's chopped liver, CD track 1.
Yeah, and 1 through 10, because we'll do several different versions.
Yes.
We got an extended dance mix we'll throw in there. Woo! Chris, stand by.
Stand by. Coming up, how you can help Florida residents dealing with the aftermath of hurricanes Helene and Milton. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Damage assessments and water rescues are underway after Hurricane Milton caused severe flooding in Florida. Former President Barack Obama will be in Pittsburgh today to campaign for Vice President Kamala Harris. And the search continues for a missing Almas Park woman after her husband was arrested on family violence charges. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, Saturday, all 3 days, highs in the mid-90s. 64 degrees in Castroville, Texas. 63 in China Grove. 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:51.
San Antonio's first news are thanks to Charlie Parker, and we will post Parker's picks at WOAI.com here a little bit after the show. Thanks to Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco for doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon. And Mr. T just now on YouTube.
Yes, it
was
was
a special unplugged moment by the band Chopped Liver.
Yes, you need to tune in to the YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube, search 1200 WOAI, our first single. We just performed it unplugged right here in the studio.
Charity, during that commercial break, Mr. T and I both sang the Janis Joplin. We covered the Janis Joplin song, Mercedes-Benz.
How did that go?
Fantastic. People are, the lighters are going off all over. It's just amazing.
We went from 104 viewers to 14. by the time the song
like
ended.
that.
So we emptied out the YouTube audience pretty quickly.
Okay.
So, Mr. T, I was talking to you during the break, and you brought this up. A lot of us would like to help the people of Florida in the aftermath of these two hurricanes, and you brought up something very, very helpful.
Yeah, blood. They need blood, especially type O. If you've got type O blood, the South Texas Blood Bank needs your blood because they're sending it to Florida because Florida, you know, with all the power outages and everything, they lost some of their blood, so they need more blood.
Makes sense. Yeah. And I mean, there's ways you can donate as well. to efforts to help,
Oh, yeah.
hurricane victims. And, I have to mention Taylor Swift donated $5 million, which is huge. She donated to Feed America, which is helping with
Amen.
hurricane recovery efforts. And Feeding America is a great organization if you want to help for victims of both Milton and Hurricane Helene.
Yep. I mean, that's big. I mean, blood, they always need blood at the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center. So if you can ever get in there and give them blood, do it.
And I will, and I am on YouTube, and they can see this. I am, Charity, tipping my cap to Taylor Swift.
He did. I saw him.
Putting her money where her mouth is. I mean, granted, she's the richest female musician on the face of this earth. That was reported by Forbes. But $5 million is a lot of money.
Yes.
And way to go, Tay-Tay. Good on you.
Yeah, I'd like to, hear about other billionaires stepping
Amen.
forward. The Jeff Bezos.
Amen.
Yeah, Bezos, how about that money you would be paying on taxes if we had a fair tax system in this country?
Yeah, send that.
Jeff Bezos.
Send twice that.
Not that I'm bitter.
And it's a write-off for them, right? I mean,
I didn't even think about
yeah.
that.
It really is. Yeah. So
Yeah,
there you go.
We're
They should
waiting
do
on that check, Bezos.
Yeah.
Just saying, if you're listening, I'm sure he listens.
Of course he does. Yeah. Of course.
Well, we'll have the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. Right now, we really don't have an idea on the death toll. We have 4 confirmed deaths in St. Lucie. We talked about that senior retirement mobile home community that was just wiped out by twisters that really hit the area. And that's what I think was most unexpected.
Amen.
Twisters are common with hurricanes, but there was at least 20 confirmed touchdowns. And if you've seen any of the footage, I mean, these were monster tornadoes.
Yeah.
Our prayers certainly with the people of Florida. Let's pray that fatality count does not rise at all, although a lot of people believe that it will. We will bring you the absolute latest. Keep it right here. We are also tracking that local story, and we'll continue to bring you the latest on the mother of 4, the realtor who has disappeared out of Almus Park, and the subsequent arrest of her husband, currently jailed in Kendall County. We'll bring you the latest on that. I'm sure we'll have more on that tomorrow morning. We'll begin at 5 a.m. Charity has everything you need to know at the top of the hour. Then we've got Glenn Beck. Right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:55.
All right, everybody have a great day. We will
Adios,
see you
muchachos.
mañana.
More music tomorrow from Chopped Liver.
That's right. We'll see if we can't find another song to butcher. Have a good one.